You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast, number 115 with Uberu. Uberu, what up, King?
Yo, I'm honored to be invited. Thank you for inviting me.
It's my pleasure, man. My pleasure. Did you know you're the first ever guest that I've met in real life before having you on the cast? How do I phrase this properly? You're the first guest that I've met IRL before having on the cast. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. That's interesting. So have you done like a lot of, I guess, content creator meetups or like Twitch cons or anything like that?
That Tennessee one was literally the first time I left my apartment, basically, in 5 years. So,
damn.
Yeah.
It'd be like that, though.
It do be like that. It was fun, though, wasn't it? I mean, that was a good time. Wait, what about you?
Great.
Do you go to like Twitch cons and stuff?
No, that was like the first interaction I've had with anybody. Well, I've met like one person. I've met Maryland Flag before in real life because he moved to my state in my city. So I just hung out with him for a bit. And then that was pretty much the only interaction I've had with, I think, anybody from Twitch. I wanted to do meetups and stuff with like small groups of friends. But nope, that was the first one.
Yeah, the only other time I've met up with somebody, well, there's actually two instances. One, so I've told this story before, but my brother, when I was living in Alabama, my brother was working in Alabama, and he worked with somebody who both him and his girlfriend played old school RuneScape, and they have seen my stream. So he was working there, and then he invited my brother. So the guy invited my brother to dinner, and basically I don't know exactly the conversation because I wasn't there, but basically it was discovered that so he was like, "Oh, do you mind if I invite my brother?" And then for some reason, like, they started talking about me a little bit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he streams RuneScape," and stuff. Like, whoa, like, we play RuneScape, like, what's his name? And so they literally had seen my stream before I went to a dinner with them. And so we ate dinner with them at their house, and like they knew who I was without me knowing who they were. So that was like a really interesting experience. And then the only other time other than that was meeting up with Ryan V, who was like a part-time streamer. So that was like really fun. We smoked cigars and had dinner. So.
Oh yeah, so that's where the Rip Bozo thing came from. Yeah,
and
that's lore.
He posted like, "Oh yeah, we're at Twitch," because it was the same weekend as TwitchCon. And so we're like, I met up with Sae Bae at TwitchCon. And everyone's like, what? He's at TwitchCon? Like, what the fuck? No, I was literally in Alabama, like an hour away. So
yeah, just chilling.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
But
that's cool,
it was interesting. So let me ask you, like, what was it like meeting up with a bunch of people that you know only through the online space and then seeing them in the physical flesh?
I feel like it's like a very common thing where it's like surreal for a little bit and then it's just like normal. I think it was like weird to meet everybody at first, and then it just kind of felt natural because I mean, I've already met a lot of the people and their personalities through online.
Yeah.
So like that hasn't really changed unless they're like different online.
Was there anybody that was different?
I don't know. I wouldn't think so.
Not
that I've seen. I think everybody was, pretty genuine person, which is, good to see. You don't want to see somebody who's completely fake online and they meet you. There's not like that at all. But no, everybody was 100% authentic from what I remember and what I can recall. But I got sick halfway through the trip, and I was like a zombie and like, talking like I had a stoma in my throat and stuff. It was I must have got it from the airport going there. It was weird.
Yeah.
It happened to me before.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think myself. I'm like, okay, so I don't think there was one person that I was like, oh, you're a little bit different than I expected. Like, everyone is exactly as I expected, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like that. And you're right, though. Like, the magic of going, I call it magic, as cringe as that sounds. I thought it was really cool meeting up with, it's just everybody that I have never met in real life, and then all at once, just boom, explosion of just meeting everybody. And it was cool. But then, like, as you said, like the next day, it's like, oh, we're just a normal meetup now, kind of
just chilling. Yeah.
Just hanging out. So I guess let's kind of introduce you a little bit for those that don't know the Uberu. So yeah, I guess you can kind of briefly introduce yourself.
Okay. So I'm Uberu. I'm a content creator on Twitch. I'm starting to do YouTube now. I've been around in the Twitch scene for a long time. I've been a long time viewer and chatter, and I've always wanted to stream, but until recently, I've been very inconsistent, I guess you'd say, because there's been spouts where I really wanted to, and then real life gets in the way, like school or work or anything like that, like any other person who's trying it out. And I graduated from college, and I really just wanted to give it a try this time around. So I've been having a lot of fun. I used to play an Iron Man that I turned into a group Iron Man to try and make a series, and then the series kind of imploded on itself, and then I just de-ironed to a main because I just got fed up with I don't know, with how they regulate a lot of the Iron Man stuff in the game. It's very convoluted. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, and I guess we can get into that in a little bit. But
group Iron Man, they tend to implode. That's a good term for that. Like,
pretty much.
I've never seen a successful like group that actually like has succeeded, like has continued. You know, they always It's like a short spurt, and then it's like, all right, the hype's over, we're done.
It's definitely like a content void in terms of like long-term like Twitch content, because it definitely doesn't last long. But at the same time, it's like, I think that's how they've designed every piece of content that's been released by Jagex, because I mean, everything is basically an extension of Iron Man mode or Dead Man in terms of like scaled XP, because that was like their first.
Yeah, group Iron Man is one of the most convoluted game mode. I mean, it's not one of, it's the most convoluted game mode because, well, first of all, have you ever like tried to look yourself up on the high scores in Group Iron Man? That thing's a total mess.
Yeah, it's awful.
It looks so, it's just dreadful going through. And there's not even boss high scores yet, are there? For group?
I'm not sure.
Is there? Maybe there is. I can't actually.
Because when I've played a majority of the group, it was unranked once they made it possible to de-iron your iron into an unranked. But I've also played the hardcore mode and tried to look up group names, which is also, nobody knows what your group name is. So like, why would they make it by group name? I don't know. It's just confusing.
That's weird. I guess that's probably the only. I don't know. It's kind of just a mess. And I think part of the reason it's a mess is because it was just unsuccessful. Kind of like it seemed as though everybody wanted Group Iron Man, and then 4 years later they released it. So by that time, everyone was like coming to terms like, okay, this is probably not going to do terribly well unless you're a content creator and you're, have a bunch of like content creators in a team, and then you can build some hype around that. But other than that, it's like, and I don't want to speak for everybody because I do know like some Jimmies and Timmies that love their Group Iron Man. Yeah, that sounds so disrespectful to all Group Iron Man. I'm sorry, but that's just. No, it honestly would be fun. I've actually considered doing a group Iron Man, but I just haven't yet. So I'm gonna just keep shitting on them until I finally do, and then I'm gonna like anti-shit. I'm gonna just praise.
I love this game mode. It's great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The thing with group is like it's always a good idea until you start it, and you're like, holy shit, I'm playing a group Iron Man. I've become the meme. It's just. I don't know. It's like it's cool. It's interesting. If you have like an interesting, team composition to play with, it could be really fun, especially even with friends. And I know Idol talked a lot about this because he was making suggestions like where you could pay to like sort of like a Rust server. I think it was in one of your casts maybe with him, and he was talking about like a Rust server where like you could invite like 100 people, and then you have like a cap on it. That money directly goes to fund Jagex, which would solve like the membership issue of them trying to push content that people don't want because they're trying to drive membership and stuff like that, which I really like that idea. I mean, it will create a segregation with the game, but I think at the end of the day, like it's not going to matter because people will end up quitting or play their own private servers or do whatever they want to do. Because I don't know. I think it's already fragmented enough as it is right now.
Idol brought up that idea of like private servers that like you could just get from Jagex, so they wouldn't be unofficial. They'd be official private servers that you can just rent out and just have a bunch of content creators or do your own thing. And that sounds fun, but I really do want. And this the only way to know if it would be successful or not is to like actually beta test it, or to like actually kind of pre-release it and just see what happens. Because seriously, like I could just talk all day about what I think would happen. I think, the game would die or something, or just whatever. But literally, it's hard to know. It could be so much fun, especially when Idol was talking about like you as like the leader of the server can adjust drop rates of items, adjust like what items are dropped from certain monsters, customize the stores, customize just like all these things that and again, this is for like a content creator's perspective, it's incredible. Like that's like the most amazing thing ever to do. But
Right.
for the average player, is that going to be a healthy road to go down for the longevity of the game? It's like really tough to say.
Yeah. I guess in that context, it probably wouldn't be, because I think a lot of people really, don't have a lot of time compared, like the more casual, like enjoyer of RuneScape is like very focused on their progress. So like to have that completely wiped in a way, yeah, I could see that kind of disdain.
Yeah, it's tough. But at the same time, those without as much time would actually maybe enjoy a server like that where, hey, like everything's just really common and you can just have a ton of fun. We can set up different rules each time. And like and you could even adjust like stats of items, which was like really cool, I think. Like being able to just make a weapon. I don't know, like if this was a possibility, like if you could just literally adjust everything. Then the game would just be a total mess. It would be like RS3.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But like,
then it'd be like those like private servers where it's like, oh my god, we got Pikachu pet or whatever. You ever see those on Twitter?
Yeah, and that's exactly where it would go. Like we can't really imagine that it just stopping at okay, we can just adjust drop rates. No, it would be a slow, slippery, not even slow. It'd be a slippery slope fast of like just Rune Light coming in and just shoving tons of stuff just everywhere, basically. So,
yeah,
I don't know. It would be a mess, and I doubt Jagex has any interest in ever releasing something like that, at least for the time being. Still cool, though.
I still definitely see that as the future, because like, and this current point in the game, like what other game modes can they release that's other than like leagues or like a Deadman mode reborn or something like that?
There honestly are some really cool modes that I think, and they've been modes that have been talked about. One is the masochistic sadist mode, which is the hardcore ultimate, but it's hardcore ultimate where you cannot own a house and you cannot physically pick up a looting bag. Like you can never have a looting bag. You can't die, so you can't use any death storage, and you can't have a house to store things, and you can't build stash units. So
yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, like that's what I want to see. Oh, and when you die, you're not crossed off. You're just deleted. Like you're just gone. I mean, to be honest, if you died as a hardcore ultimate, you're not going to want to play your normal ultimate when you lose status. Like, let's be honest. You just want to transfer the items in real world, trade it, and then like dip, basically. So I think the way to do it, to make it the most extreme, is that if you die, your account is literally just gone. It's just deleted. You could transfer membership maybe over to another account, but
I have always been a proponent in like wiping your account in terms of like, because I view hardcore in the terms of like Diablo, if you've ever played that or understand how it works. Where like as soon as you die, your account is like you just log out and like it's wiped, and and that would have made hardcore high scores way more sought after, I feel like, because I really liked how extreme they took hardcore with that, where like even if you DC, like it's just kind of, it is what it is. And I mean, that's how it is also with the game now, but there is a lot more like plotting you'd have to do, because a lot of the hardcore mechanics now you can still bypass, like Chambers of Xeric and mini games and stuff. And I feel like they should have just like straight off rip should have made it where you could brick the account, because it would have made the items not be drop traded and like bring an influx of that into the market, but also would have just made it more interesting and like more compelling, I feel like, for people who want to play hardcore, because I was a big hardcore player in the beginning as well, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I feel like it still had that compelling nature. I mean, hardcore Iron Man was the shit for like 5 years straight.
Yeah.
I mean,
It just feels like it's died down recently, like a lot in terms of the interest in it, and also
well, it has, because like the game is just so long term. I mean, it's fucking RuneScape, and like repeating that, like there's only a few psychopaths that can just continually remake. Mutz is one. By the way, I gotta give so much praise to Mutz. That dude has one of the most beastly hardcores right now.
yeah,
Of all time, and he's on his like 30th or something, like not actually 30th, but the dude literally is born for hardcore, and he has continued it where like almost every other person has just kind of given up on the hardcore. There's still some hardcores, but they're not taking it seriously. Mutz, I swear, is like the only content creator hardcore that's really just been going so hard on it ever since release. He's crazy.
I agree.
The other mode I would like to see is Mithril Man mode. That was the one where it's like a fresh economy. It would be like you can only interact with other Mithril Men. So you start as a Mithril Man. You cannot use the Grand Exchange. It's kind of like you're an Iron Man, but you can boss with any other Mithril Men. So it's like a huge group Iron Man. Like you could do alting methods and stuff, but it would only be with other Mithril Men if you want to get the drop, and you can trade other Mithril Men. So it's like its own little economy in the game. Of course, that would kind of cause some, segregation within the player base again, but like who cares? At this point, I don't see that as like a main issue. I see it as, yes, it is a minor issue that will come with anything, but like I don't know. I think that would actually be really cool. You just and then part of the fun of that mode would be your own fresh economy. If there's no Grand Exchange and you have to trade each other if you want stuff, there's going to be little areas, maybe in a little like, it wouldn't be Sae Bae anymore. It'd be like a Runelight form or something where you can like sell your stuff. But you'd probably bring back like Varrock West Bank trading or something, just Mithril Men there, just chilling.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I always thought that would be a cool idea. And then there's the bajillion leagues ideas. I was talking about the Benjamin Button mode. Remember that?
I remember you. Yeah, I remember you talking about this.
You start off on Tutorial Island maxed, and you just try to get to level 1 in all stats as quickly as possible. It would be the most strategic. This would be a league, by the way. This would be like something just for fun. Yeah. But yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would definitely be something you have to plan out, because you just break your account at some point in terms of like training methods. So that'd be really interesting. As I'd even see that as like a like, what was that? It was like a skill of the month or whatever.
King of the skill.
King of the skill. I could see that as king of the skill, but like in reverse for like leagues, like as an extension.
Yeah.
But then it's like 3 different game modes in one, which is like, I wouldn't put it past them, but I don't know.
Dude, I'm surprised they haven't done another King of the Skill or just anything like that recently. That's crazy, actually. That was really fun. Dude, I got upset with that though. Like, I think I took it too seriously, and like I didn't actually even participate. But the reason I didn't participate was because I don't know. I think I overthought everything. I was like, okay, if I want to go for this, then I basically have to log in at day 1 and do these like log out strats and do this. I was thinking of like farming, for example. Like if you really wanted to get rank 1 farming, you have to start day 1 and just keep logging out and logging back in when your farming patches are done. It just seemed like a huge mess. And like there was a bunch of methods like that with almost every skill where it required, like I was thinking of doing crafting, and this is back when you would do charter ships for it. And I was just thinking, dude, it's literally, you have to almost have an alt in there scouting worlds so that the charter ships are full. Like you got to go like so hard on this stuff, and it was just like a big mess. I wasn't really interested in it.
I feel like those
cool
game modes. Yeah, I feel like it's like, I think you have to try it once, really, just with anything, whether it's Deadman, Leagues, any of those game modes. I think it's worth trying it once and seeing like, do I really enjoy this? And then watching somebody who's really mastering it, I feel like is a lot more enjoyable, because you get to learn more from the experience, and then you can apply it. But also, I've just, yeah, like a lot of the leagues that I wasn't interested in, I watched people and I felt like I enjoyed it more personally, just whether it was like how it was structured or how they made certain updates. And I think in the last league, a lot of people got very upset with whatever it was, where they fixed some point value or something, and people were really disgruntled about it. I don't really know what happened, but
the worst thing they ever do with leagues is just make an arbitrary extension to it. Like, oh, you guys seem to be enjoying this. We'll just extend it 2 weeks. People have literally, people have planned out their work to cancel work for 6 weeks to compete in this. And then you add 2 fucking weeks to it. Like, what is wrong with you guys? And then the worst part, that whole thing was a mess because they literally scheduled leagues for like November. And then they just scrapped it like the week before. So people that were like planning to call off work and stuff are just like, what the hell, Jagex? You can't just move this 3 months ahead or something, just like a week before. I don't know. That whole, I get pissed off secondhand for those that are like actually taking it seriously. I don't take it seriously. I just pretty much watch, but I'm like actually getting frustrated for the people that try to take it seriously and just get screwed over by stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean that's a common Jagex thing. It's just with deadlines and dates that don't follow through. But I mean, it is hard too, especially with COVID at the time, probably. So I could imagine that being an issue.
It sounds like they're doing something. So for next leagues, it sounds like they're just making hard caps, or sorry, not caps, but just like hard set goals of how to get Dragon Trophy and Rune Trophy. So it's not based on ranks anymore.
Oh.
It's just based on like, okay, if you can get 50,000 points, you can get Dragon Trophy. But now they couldn't have done that initially because they wouldn't have known like how difficult it would be. But now that they have 3 leagues under their belt, like they can kind of be like, okay, this is reasonable to get Dragon Trophy. So now it's kind of cool because now you're not just at the mercy of how sweaty players are going to be to get your Dragon Trophies. Like I have not achieved any trophies in leagues, but I just, for those that do, that should be nicer, I think. Wait, so have you competed in leagues at all, or like?
Yeah, I competed in the first Twisted League, which I guess is just the first league, and then I think the one directly after that, because I think there was 3 total, correct?
Yeah, Twisted, Trailblazer, and then Shattered Relics.
Yeah, Trailblazer is the last one I competed in, and that one was really fun. But I felt very burnt out towards the end just because of the arbitrary goals I had to go for weren't interesting to me, and a lot of my friends quit, which is like a lot of the shift in how I've played the game. A lot of the time was playing solo in the beginning, especially as a hardcore Iron Man, and now it's kind of more so guided towards like having fun with friends, but also enjoying the game as much as I can.
So how has that been? Because I feel like I'm still in the solo wagon of just.
I feel like I feel like a huge proponent of that was de-ironing, and like it really is kind of weird to see because a lot of people like Bodhi really pushed the main game the last year, and I think it's become more of a like staple in terms of like content creation or like people who stream just in general. Have really sort of navigated towards main accounts, which I feel is probably the future for the next year or two until something new comes out that's like really revolutionizing the way people play the game, or like just like a huge spike in terms of interest. I think being a main, well, if you're an Iron Man who's gotten a shitload of drops and dupes and stuff, then you're fine because you can go raid with anybody you want. But I was a person who used to be a serial staker and lost all my money, and then I became an Iron Man, like how most people become Iron Man, and then you have no money. So like any like dupe you get from Barrows, wow, that's 600k. Yeah, I can't wait to split that at Chambers when we get a Tebow. And then you can't split anything, and then it was real. Honestly, de-ironing was a huge incentive because I just had no money, and also, it's just like I wanted to play with my friends, really, and I felt very alone playing the game most of the time as an Iron Man. So
it's extremely lonely. And the crazy thing is, and like I've talked about this a million times, is main man mode now is literally just Iron Man mode. The collection log is the only thing that I feel like the collection log is really what things is the thing that most people care about, because Iron Man, when it first came out, it was cool that when you show off an item or you have an item in your bank, you know for a fact that you obtained it. And now with the collection log, you have that same sense of accomplishment, that same just set in stone thing that, hey, I got this on my collection log, which means I got it. And now you're a main, which means you don't have to dude. I was sitting in a stream and people were like raiding and doing whatnot. And I was sitting there like clicking elves, like just for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like, and it like really was starting to hit me. I'm like, huh. Now, I don't really mind this because I don't mind it that much. I used to not mind it. I actually used to enjoy like the chores and stuff, but that kind of has changed recently because I think I value my time a little bit more. I still obviously spend all my time playing RuneScape and then just, you know, if I'm logged out, just being depressed or whatever. But like,
that's relatable.
Yeah. But like in game, I had never really minded those chores, but now I think about it, I'm like, dude, it always felt as an Iron Man that as you progress, you're going to get to a point where you're chilling, you know, like you're just good. And that never really seems to be the case. Even at my stage where I have like 1.5 bill XP and all these items, it still feels like nonstop I'm doing chores. Yeah. And it's all for like more crystal shards, for divine pots, more blood shards. And it's always the most just disgustingly boring, repetitive bullshit. Like thieving elves, there is nothing more infuriating than thieving fucking elves. The success rate is lower than 50%, even with necklaces and with whatever that spell is, Shadow Veil. It's horrible. So
that and Blood Fury farming is the two worst things by far. Like there are people who go incredibly dry just on because you only need one item. You don't need like shards or like, you know, whatever from elves. So personally, that was one of the really annoying things, especially how Blood Fury, if you want to go for like hard mode Tob kits or like if you want to go for 500s or like anything like that on an Iron Man, like you're pretty much going to want to be using the Blood Fury just because it's like a huge crutch that helps you with any kind of content for late game. And as an Iron Man, it's just such a huge time sink that I don't know. Like I respect people who like you who like take the time and like do the chores and like, you know, have played their account for as long as they have. But it's just so debilitating doing that for so long. And I totally resonate with that because I was one of those people. So,
it's like my younger self really enjoyed that kind of stuff because honestly, when I first started this game, I was a skiller at heart. I loved just doing monotonous, repetitive activities and just seeing number go up. Like that was fun for me. It wasn't really until I got the 20k CTBO where I was like, I could go get an Infernal Cape right now and flex on them hoes. You know what I mean? Like that was like the arc of, okay, I'm going to start learning how to PVM. And then that became like a huge addiction. And then I just wanted to get a bunch of items for my account and pimp it out. But deep down, it's like I still have that kind of skiller mentality where I just want to like progress my account. But I will say, I mean, it's a little bit, it's just different now because I've gotten older and I don't see the game as like complete obsess. I don't obsess over this game anymore, like completely as I used to, where it was just, dude, I wake up and I just think about RuneScape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever had that, by the way? Where just like
totally
full on addiction.
Dude, when I was doing hardcore back in 2018, whenever it came out, dude, like I mean, everybody has the nightmares, but like they were very vivid. Like it's like where you wake up in a cold sweat and a panic attack, and you're just like, "There's no way I just died," and then you're like, "Oh, I'm fine." Like it's totally fine.
Yeah, but you like rush to log in, and you're just you care about it so much. Yeah,
yeah. There's a huge investment. I think that just comes from being younger and. I don't know what it is really. It's just I just think naturally as you get older you just become less interested with things that you like spend all your time doing because you are spending, it's like that like 10,000 hours principle. Like we've learned pretty much most of all of the basic fundamentals of whatever we're honing our craft in, even though it's kind of cringe to say that's RuneScape, but also I don't know, it's like kind of cool because like any game in comparison, like you're like extremely advanced compared to if you played like a Valorant or something, you wouldn't be nearly as good. You know what I mean?
I know. It's actually disgusting how much I know about RuneScape, and I even think of how little I know about RuneScape. And that when I think of like the little things I don't know, it's like, there's a lot of things I don't know about RuneScape, and a lot of that is the early game. It's like, so I've been thinking, like, if I was ever invited to Gillinor Games or something, or if I was invited to do like some challenges, most challenges that people are going to set are something that has to do with early game, not like go kill Fasani's Nightmare for 9 months straight. Just fucking bash your brain in. No, but like, sometimes I feel like I'm actually kind of a boomer toward this game. Like I used to know like everything. I still know a lot of the advanced stuff, but man, that early game stuff, when I see, for example, the farmers that have started back up and they're doing all their quests and stuff, like Foe, he's just a machine with quests. I'm like, how the fuck? Like, first of all, that's like that is like the content I least look forward to ever doing is like repeating quests. I don't find that enjoyable. But on top of that, like when you repeat it so many times, you just do that league after league and do just little game modes here and there. We're just doing all this like early game stuff. Like I have completely forgotten how to do that. The last time I did early game was literally 2016, 2017.
Damn.
So
that's a long time.
Yeah, even though I feel like super advanced at this game, I still feel like shit. I'm like losing my like all early and mid game knowledge. It's just gone now. Just stuck in the clouds.
Weren't you at a time like considering playing a new account? I remember you talking about that at some point.
Dude, I've literally considered that so many times. It's actually pretty consistently, probably like every week or so. I'll think about it. I'll just be like, man, should I do like a group Ironman or should I do like another account? The problem is it's at the end of the day, I always just go back to it's RuneScape. This is a game where you spend thousands and thousands of hours doing stuff. And I'm not one of those players that just wants to play an account for a couple hundred hours and then remake, a couple hundred hours, remake. And I'm a content creator toward this game. So I'm trying to just understand, like, what do I truly value from this game? Like, I've lost that super addiction toward it. But I still like the fact that I get to log in to like a really nice progressed account and kind of just do whatever I want. Although I always kind of feel a little bit boxed in. I'm like, what do I actually like? What are my actual goals? A lot of it kind of revolves around clue scroll hunting. But then I think like, well, first of all, there hasn't been a clue update in just years. Like clues feel so stale. And we've gotten to a point where like I feel like things need to drastically change with clues, and now I'm going to go on this clue tangent now. But like, dude, like it's the age of collection log. Yeah. Like there are certain ages where you can just say like, okay, fuck the past, fuck the purists that say never change this game. Like, hey, Jace made a tweet talking about like just adjusting elite clue rates because they're so ancient and they make no sense at almost like every boss. And a lot of people do care about collection log nowadays. It's the same thing with Iron Man. They have initially said, we'll never cater to Iron Man. And then you just see a billion Iron Men everywhere. And they're like, okay, we kind of have to cater to them because it's a game for fun. This isn't just like, okay, we are going to stick to the purists that haven't even played an Iron Man and just keep listening to them yelling on Twitter just with their anime profile saying, you said you would never cater to Iron Man. Just fucking like pushing up their glasses with their finger. It just like, you said you would never do that. Like, who the fuck cares anymore? Just, it's a game. Yeah. Like, it's a video game. Just make it more fun. There's tons of people that are collection logging, tons of people that actually care about doing clues now, but they're so ridiculous. Some of these grinds, it's like, dude, just
that age of game integrity for like main accounts has died. Like, I don't know, like I feel like years ago at this point. Like the game has always been in the past couple of years an Iron Man centric game mode because that's the majority of people who play the game. And like whether people like to admit it or not, that's just how it is. And some people just can't accept that, and they
and like
their Twitter, and it's an echo chamber for the most part, but like, you know,
and most people will troll about it. Like I will literally even troll, like, you know, just we chose to limit ourselves, whatever, and you know, we said we never cater to them. Most people are just trolling, but there actually are just genuine the people that just get pissed off if they ever cater to Iron Man. They get furious.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so you actually de-ironed, as you stated, and you made a group Iron Man, and then you just completely scrapped that when it imploded and became a main account. But so you were pretty close to maxing on your Iron Man. Were you kind of like questioning whether or not you should de-iron?
I thought about it for a long time, but I was one of the Ironmen who were like extremely unlucky, and that just goes across all my accounts. Like I think I've done over. I mean, I'm not like Godspade unlucky with Tebow until he finally got it, but like over all my accounts, I've had over like 2,000 regular chambers, and I think I've maybe had one Kodai and like 3 Elder Malls. Like I've never gotten a Tebow. I've never gotten a Scythe in my name. It's just like one of those situations where you're just drastically unlucky, and it's like, they're making unranked group Iron Man where I can borrow all of my friends' gear who got spooned, who doesn't play the game. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna go do that. So then I did that, and it was great. It really didn't make sense for, I guess, a content like creator perspective, because as like an Iron Man would normally do, you'd grind an account for as long as humanly possible. Kind of like how like your account is set up, where you kind of just play one account, like yours or like Curtis's, where you just have insane amounts of, grinds that you've done where like your bank is completely full. It looks like a private server because you have like 50,000 million gems and you've done all these raids, And it was getting to that point where I was starting to like encroach on that, but I just had no good gear, and all I did was like grind raids, and it burnt me out. So I did become an unranked, and I wanted to make my series revolve around this weird market that was being created around unranked group Iron Man items, which is like essentially you're an Iron Man and you're selling items to these unranked group irons by joining their group and selling it to them at like an exorbitant rate, like 3 to 4x GE value.
Wait,
which was
really?
like, yeah,
Holy
it was
shit.
insane. It was an insane market at the time because it was so unregulated.
Okay, you got to explain this to me. What? Who is actually paying those amount? Like, who
Idiot.
actually cares?
Complete idiots are paying for this. It's like people who buy something because they can flex that they have it. Like say you're a brand new unranked group Iron Man. You're like, I want a scythe. I'm gonna go pay 800 mil for a scythe, and then they do, and then they have it, and then they're just like, yeah, I'm that guy, and like there's no incentive for you to do that.
And nobody gives a fuck.
Money. Nobody gives a fuck. And I was like, I'm gonna capitalize on this. So I made it unranked. And my friend had Ellie, Tebow. He had like every piece of max gear, and we were like mismatching gear because like I had Masori legs, but like he had top, or like some sort of weird combination where like I basically would have max gear because he was burnout.
Yeah.
So my idea was I was gonna go grind content and then sell the gear as I got upgrades or like dupes for like 4x the value. But the problem is that it became such a huge lucrative market, and it was so niche that every gear Discord that you could think of, Iron Man gear Discord, Iron Man skilling method Discord, any Discord that was a huge hub of information, each one of the owners had a group Iron Man marketplace, and they basically took over like 99% of like the volume that was being traded. And if you wanted to go trade something, you had to go do it on like a third party website like Scythe or something like that. And that in itself is just inherently sketchy because you have to go through middlemen.
Yeah.
And I never wanted to do that. I just wanted to be the guy that has the item. You give me the money, and then, bing, bang, boom, I'm rich. And I just never got to the point where I got lucky enough to get those dupes because I was just incredibly dry. But it was just such a cool concept for like YouTube or something. It's like one of those like very niche things that I felt like I could have started out my YouTube doing. And it imploded. Everything became from like 3 to 4x if you sold privately to like 1.5 worth GE value. At that point, I just drop traded it all to the account I wanted to play, and it was just like 2 weeks of me just waiting until I could become a main again. But
the 2 week stall. That's annoying.
Yeah. You had to become unranked. Sorry, you had to become unranked, and then you had to de-iron, and then de-iron again. Basically, it was very weird. It just made no sense because you had to leave the group, and then it was like, all right, wait another 7 days. It's like, what do you mean? I'm a main. It didn't work at all.
Yeah.
So, is there any other? What do you see coming if there is a new mode coming out? Like, is there anything that you've thought of that I didn't already say?
I honestly, because like I really had no idea what they would come up with, because in terms of like gauging like public interest, I think Mithril Man mode, something close to that I could see happening. I haven't seen other modes that people have suggested, but I think something similar to that where it's like inclusive, not like segregating like Iron Man. I see something like inclusive, but it's like a step in between, I guess, Iron Man or maybe like leagues or something like that, where it's gonna like gauge the huge casual player base that like, oh, I could go play this like whenever I want. It's not like a 1 month thing that I have to plan work around or whatever. Something that's like a year-round thing, which also that Fresh Start Worlds thing I think was like them beta testing like an idea, and like that just completely shit the bed. So yeah, that was weird.
That was bound to shit the bed because first of all, like it only lasts 6 months, and then you just become a normal mode. Like it just seems like such a waste of time.
Yeah, totally.
It's like, and I think, and this is again my opinion, I just think if it was in unlimited mode where it just goes forever and it's now just like a World 345 Dead Man where it's just there forever, fresh start, whatever. We just had a fresh start, boom, there you go. Now there's like 30 people playing it total.
Yeah.
I actually would have enjoyed that more, just simply because it never ends and you could actually kind of just invest your time into it. And if you really just like that idea of a fresh economy and just doing stuff on your own, that now I'm not advocating for either idea. I thought both would be stupid, but at least that would have been better. So I think Mithril Man mode comes in with that really nice, it's like fresh start world that's still in the game of Gil. It's still in like our Gillinor, where you can see other players. You still get the fresh economy. You still get to play with other players, everybody. I mean, mostly Mithril men if you want to actually get drops. I mean, you can still do raids and stuff together, but like that just seemed like the perfect idea, and it just seemed and you don't need to worry about getting supplies, because like if you're just like one of those people that's like, I wish I could be an Iron Man but just have unlimited supplies or just be able to buy them, like you got that. Because
that's pretty much what Unranked was though, because you could just buy it was like I would say Unranked Group Iron Man with the green helm is like the same exact thing as Mithril Man mode, but you just have to go through extra steps of like securing, like, because you could go buy brews for 50k each or like restars for 60k each on like the black market if you really wanted to get supplies, but it was just
so
like not regulated. It's very weird dynamic.
At least with Mithril Man there wouldn't be that like shadiness of like trying to get things. It would just be go to Varrock West Bank and there's going to be some dude that's going to be making a ton of money because he's just farming dragon dart tips, and you're like, I want dragon dart tips, so they're going to be very expensive, but at least there's going to be that market where it's like, okay, I want to make bank, so I'm going to go farm a bunch of these and then sell it. Like that just sounds so fun, and it's a fresh economy. And when you get dupes, you can sell them to other Mithril men. Like that literally sounds like the perfect game mode that they should come out with, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've always liked game modes that have fresh economies. That's why I was so clung on to Deadman mode when it first came out, because there were people who played Deadman mode who weren't even PKers. They were just PVMers, and it was really interesting to see people who would go and grind Slayer because of the experience rates and go grind for whips and sell them for money to like swap, or you know what I mean? Like they have their own incentive, and I've always loved fresh economy game modes. I think if they do release something, it needs to be like that, where trade is open and you can buy and sell things without the GE, where like no taxes, and you can just, it's basically like free trade. It's just whatever you set it as. I would really love to see that.
Yeah, I've always wanted to play a game mode where there's no grand exchange. I understand. I haven't really like played without grand exchange. I mean, to be honest, I've been an Iron Man for the majority of me playing this, but like there's always those people that are like, oh, you don't understand how miserable you're gonna be without the grand exchange. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I can kind of understand it's gonna be more inconvenient, but it still just sounds more fun, in my opinion. Yeah, there's gonna be third-party plugins. There's probably gonna be some RuneLite plugin that's basically the grand exchange, where you just set up your offers and stuff.
Trading post.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a little trading post.
I see that.
But I still like that because it's like community ran, and it's just, I don't know. It just seems cooler.
It's more old school than anything else.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how it was before the GE came out. I think it was like 2 years of like that kind of trading, which I think a lot of people really miss. And I really loved the free economy state where you could just trade for whatever. But also like there was, scamming and stuff like that, but you just have to have common sense.
Yeah, that
which is cool.
yeah. I miss like bank sales. Just
Yeah.
bank sale.
Just
That
random junk.
Mithril Man mode would bring that fucking back. Like where you're sitting at your little Mithril Man bank, wherever people are selling, and you're just spamming bank sale and you just shove up all your stuff on there. And of course this would be inefficient. Most players are efficient now, but like it would still be cool to just be like, hey dude, I'm a Mithril Man. This is the only, like, I have some rare items that, you can only get from other Mithril Men. Like, good luck finding it. And then you just show what you got and, like, put some offers down. There's no real set prices for anything. Like, that just sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah. I would love to see that.
Dude,
something in that capacity would be great. I need a fresh economy game mode or something.
Yeah.
Something that's like, would you be interested in like a leagues where you could trade? Because I know it's always been.
Dude,
I would love that.
I just want a leagues that's normal mode. Like, we're not Iron Man. Yes, that would fuck over people that want to compete, but like, who cares? Just most people. This is the best thing. It would be even better. So it would be cool if like you still have the Dragon Trophy, and the way they're going to be doing it, as I said earlier, is like there's just going to be a set amount, like 50,000 points is Dragon Trophy. So they're still, you can still compete technically, but you'll have to alt and you'll have to, clan man mode if you really want to compete, which has its own niche. There's a lot of, solo players that hate that, but like we've had 3 leagues where you've got to enjoy that. I think it would actually be so cool to have like normal man mode. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that would gauge a lot more interest as well, just in the public opinion. Because you could just like, I don't know if swapping is still allowed, if that would happen. Like, I don't even know if
just
swapping
allow it. Like you got to allow it, because if you're gonna go main man mode, you got to go all the way. You got to go balls to the wall, just like boom, no restrictions, do whatever you want. Who cares if it's unfair for the solo player? I don't care what your rank. You can still get Dragon Trophy because there will still be like a certain limit, but and then you get your Dragon Trophy, so you're not having to compete for the 1%. That would be a problem in my opinion. If you just set it as 50,000 or whatever it is, that's appropriate, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gotta have that. I think so.
I'm down. I'm down.
That'd be cool. I've never really been a leagues player. I think just the idea of it ending and then all my time just gone sounds. For some reason, I just can't get over that. Like, it's really hard for me to just dump in a bunch of hours and then just have the account deleted later. It's like,
So if you did play leagues, would you 100% play it on your Sae Bae account, or would you play like your Sae Bae account as like alting like other stuff and then play another one?
So I tried to do the alting method with Leagues 3. I lasted Leagues 3 for like 3 days and I just got really bored. I was like, I'm just sitting here on my computer for 14 hours trying to sweat this out. And by day 3, I was like, I'm refusing to do quests. So I'm just going super inefficiently. I just am so far behind everyone. I'm doing my own thing. And it just felt like a huge just waste of time, because eventually it was just going to end and I wasn't even going to get some crazy ranks. It just felt like I was doing, I don't know. But if there was a normal man mode and it sounded fun, I would definitely do it on this account, because the only way for me to see it being fun is that there is a reward at the end. And so getting those rewards from the league shop would be my incentive to keep going. So I'd do it on this account.
Right. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Ruinous powers?
Ooh, I got to try them for a while in the beta worlds. So I was listening a bit to No Monkey's cast, and I agree with a lot of what he had to say. A lot of it is like, content like Tob and stuff, you really enjoy it because it's just super overpowered and very fun. But places like Inferno, I sat there for like 3 days straight and I couldn't get, I'm like decent at Inferno and I'm trying to learn how to do speedrunning. but I in no way would be able to make it through triple jads, let alone people who try and do 6 jads with it. Like, yeah,
that looks horrible.
You will literally subtract all of the brews if you have any left when you're speedrunning, because people, I think all the top speedrunners bring like 1 or 2 brews in for when they're trying to go for like sub 42 or whatever the Scotty set the new PB at.
They don't even bring brews anymore. The real top don't even bring brews.
They don't? I thought they brought one.
Dude, Scotty has not brought a brew in for months.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's literally just blowpipe, specs, and blood fury.
Yeah, that's
like there's not even blood barrage for those like wondering. Like it's literally just it's crazy.
Yeah, you have chins, death charge, and you just pray that you get a death charge. If you're like under 40 HP, you use a blowpipe spec. If you're not, you just use claws. And it's like even that is just like mind-boggling for somebody who's like, you know, at like a 64 PB. I'm missing 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm missing a third of how fast they're going, and it's just like, just the people who play at that level are absolutely insane.
They're
just
demons, dude.
Yeah,
like it makes me feel like shit about like my own PVM capabilities. Like these guys are animals. Like holy shit! It's not even the mechanical and just the strategy that's involved of like understanding exactly what you're about to be doing. But on top of that, it's the just sheer amount of precision in their clicks.
Yes.
Like, dude, you're trying to click like 3 things in a tick and try to click a tiny little snake that's like approaching you and try to click that without clicking through it and losing 2 ticks and getting fucking, you know, chomped by him. It's like there's so much going on. And yeah, I gotta say, for those that are interested in watching some of the most crazy Inferno content you've ever seen, Scotty, SCOTTY on Twitch, formerly known as Rostaman. Like, I just got to give him a shout out because I watch him almost every morning. He's live doing Inferno, and it's just nutty. It's just stupid. It looks like an AI program's doing it. It's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's truly remarkable just watching people work.
And the crazy thing is like what No Monkey said. He's like, you don't just start off this good. It's just putting in the practice and really focusing. Like that's the biggest thing, is like going in and concentrating to get better. You can't just go in casually like, oh, I'm putting in the hours. No, like you're focused, you're determined, you're learning, and that's what happens. I mean, and a lot of that's also just natural talent of like precision in your clicks too. There's some people that have just total boomer clicks that could just never get that good.
Yeah, that is me.
Yeah, that's me too. I mean, I will never have that precise of clicks. So just even the imagination of like, okay, let me put in, you know, 1,000 hours into the Inferno to see if I could get good. Like I could still not. I probably couldn't even push like a sub 44 even with like so many hours, just simply because of the misclicks. Just be everywhere.
Yeah.
I say sub 44. That's again, that's assuming I had like 1,000. Right now, if I try to do a speed run Inferno, I might be able to get a sub 60. Might.
Yeah, because like a sub 44 is like, that's gotta be like the top 20 people, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like top 15 or something like that. I don't know the leaderboards, but
yeah, I needed to make that clear. I'm not good at the Inferno. I'm just saying, even if I put in as much time as Scotty, I still would be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes slower just because of the misclicks.
Yeah, shout out the goats. Shout out everybody who actually like, I mean, like that is their content. They love doing it, and a lot of people really resonate with, you know, what they're trying to do. So I'm just trying to learn every time I watch. Like I'm just like seeing like the dragging and stuff that people do to like off tick the mage and rangers, and it's like insane. Because I'm just such a pussy when I'm in there. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm not that stage yet, but it's just, yeah, it's amazing to watch people do what they do.
Yeah,
so that's all the Inferno speedrunners.
It's really cool to see people just go super hard on stuff like that. I just love watching that. It's actually sort of a shame that high level PVM like that isn't as watched. It's weird. Like I was watching just last night, I was watching a cold one do a hard mode solo Tob. And like, I mean, he was pushing like, I don't know, like 300 viewers or something, but it's like
that is such insane content. But nowadays it's just seen as like meh, like people have done it. Same thing with like insane Inferno. Dude, if Scotty was doing like shit like that, obviously we didn't have all the gear and the strats and stuff like that. But if he was grinding Inferno like crazy 3 years ago, doing shit like that, like, oh my God, like he'd just be popping off with viewers. Do you remember when a hardcore would literally just do a Tob, like a normal Tob as a hardcore with a team of 4 other just people carrying him? And it was just popping off. Like everyone was there. Like,
it was
holy
insane.
Shit. Yeah, you see that now. Like you could have a hardcore doing hard mode Tob and they have like 5 viewers. Like, you know, just like who cares anymore?
Yeah, that just sucks to see.
I know.
Just the public perception of what's interesting. Like I'm actually genuinely curious, like for like, I don't know if there was a poll. I don't know how that would even be managed, but like, you know, like if old school is like, you know, hey everybody, like what are you most interested in when you're watching people on Twitch? And I guarantee you 99% of them, they just want to watch the person that they want to watch, whether it's their personality or whatever it is. Just very much become like a personality based sort of realm, I guess, on Twitch. It's really interesting. Because it used a long time ago, it used to be like skill and technicality and like knowledge, and now it seems like a lot of those people, it's like flip-flopped. It's very weird.
Yeah, that is really strange. Like now that you bring it up, like that's totally accurate.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
Because I've been a Twitch viewer since like 2015, and like a lot of the people when I first started watching were like all hardcores, like doing Zulrah or something, and that was like, oh my God, no way you're doing Zulrah without the diary. You're a big goat. You know what I mean? And now,
put it
like,
in your title.
Now. Yeah.
Hardcore,
like
no diary Zulrah. Holy shit!
Oh my God! Yeah. But now it's like hardcore Iron Man doing anything, and it's so weird to see the difference.
Yeah, it just got so over. I mean, it was so saturated. Like everybody and their dog was making hardcores, trying to stream it. Like it just had to reach an end. It was like 5 or 6 years of just nonstop hardcore action. Like, it was gonna die eventually. Yeah, it is kind of a shame though that if you want to be like a big streamer or just like have a successful stream, it really is just putting in the hours. It's just like you have to have a great personality. You have to be really engaging. You have to always be like, you know, just fun to be around. And then you have to do it for years, basically, to just build like a stable foundation of like a following.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell that's apparent. Like, look at all the big dogs. They've been here since Twitch was a thing. You know what I mean? They are the goats. They literally have not stopped going live, and you can tell, you know, there is evidence of why putting in hard work pays off. So, kudos to them.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about. It's like starting and this not stopping. I wouldn't even say like starting super early, because it helps obviously the earlier you started and just continued, but like it really is just the not stopping it. You just got to keep going. As long as you see some growth. I mean, if you're literally just sat at 5 viewers for like 5 years, maybe consider like just making YouTube or something, doing something else. But like, if you're seeing that little bit of growth and you're seeing it month after month, you know, whatever, like you just got to keep going. If that's really your dream, like you just got to keep pushing, chugging away, because that's the only way you become the grandfather of doing stuff. Like just that's just how you do it. And
at this point, we'd be like the grandsons, you know? Like, I think the grandfathers it's kind of solidified. We'd be like the great grand nieces or something. I don't know how that.
We're the nieces. Work. Yeah, great.
Yeah. There's a few rungs in between, you know? We're working on that.
Yeah. But think about it. It's 2023. I actually want to kind of like drift into that streaming segment and just hear about how your streaming's been going. It's 2023 though. Realistically, we're still in the beginning age of like live streaming and online content and being a a quote unquote I don't even want to say influencer, but you know what I mean. Just like building a community around yourself online.
Right.
And I still think it's early. Like I remember starting in 2019 and just being like, dude, I'm so late to the party. Just so fucking late. But now you see it, like if somebody started in 2019, you're like, oh, you were kind of early, like sort of.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be the same thing when it's like hits like 2031. The year 2031, like you started in 23. Holy shit. Like you're
Oh
like
my
you're
God.
gaming. Yeah.
You're a legend.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, like I am approaching like my 4.5 years of content creation. I'm like, whew, like that.
Damn.
I'm almost half a decade of doing this. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to ask, how has that all been going? Because you did say you streamed here and there, and then you finally, after graduating college, had the opportunity to just kind of go like, let's just go for it. So how has that been?
Yeah. Oh, it's been amazing. I've had so much fun. I've met so many great people so far, and I think a huge proponent of me starting again was I really just wanted to like meet new people, because there's so many people in the Twitch sphere of RuneScape, and I haven't met really, like when you think about the scope of like whose chats you go into, like that's just a small portion. There's just a huge amount of people to meet, and a lot of it was me just streaming to my friends like 2-3 years ago. I was just having fun, I wouldn't get over like 10 viewers because it's all 10 of my friends in chat like, hey guys, I'm going live for like the first once every like 6 months, like, hey guys, like come check out my stream, like the cringe like self promo, hey man, I'm live right now.
We all did it. If you started off on Twitch without a following anywhere else, we all did that.
Yeah. It's like a rite of passage for sure.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Oh, totally. But then like there are the people who like go into like big streams and are like, I'm live right now, and it's like, all right, we gotta educate this guy a little bit real quick. It's a little cringe to, if you're a self promoter, like that's fine. Just like don't do it in a public setting. Like maybe like DM your friends who like, you know what I mean? Like be like, hey man, like I'm live. Like doing that in a public forum is just like the worst thing you could do.
This is like I really do think like what is like the perfect balance of self-promoting, but like so the balance of getting enough exposure without being overly cringe, because if you just never say anything about it, you're just kind of doing yourself a disservice. Like you should really be kind, if you do care about growing your stream, that is. Like if you care about growing it and you're active on Twitch, you got to give little hints here and there, but you always know it's going to be cringe. No matter how you hint at it, it's going to be cringe and people are going to think you're weird. But at the same time, it's like if you just never do it, then nobody's going to fucking know you're a streamer or you're live. I will say though, I occasionally browse the old school section on Twitch and I'll sort from lowest to highest viewers.
I do that all the time.
And
I love doing that.
I love it too. I still love it after 4.5 years. Love it. Yeah. And I will say though, if you're starting off as a streamer, you need to have a face cam on, because you don't need to, but you're not going to get enough exposure without it, because I'm scrolling and I'm looking for faces and I'm looking for a clean stream layout. I'm looking for that's really what I'm looking for. A clean, because all you're seeing is a thumbnail, and I'm not going to click through every single one and see how their music is and see how their audio is. It's like, no, just go through it. And I will occasionally see names that have been in my stream and have never hinted that they've ever streamed. And I'm like, holy, like, what a humble lad. Like, this dude's in my stream for hundreds of hours and he's never fucking hinted. And here he is streaming to like 3 people. Like,
the goats, honestly.
Literal goats. I have so much respect, but at the same time, I'm like, man, you should have just told me. Like, just tell me. Like,
I think they just don't want to come off as cringe.
They don't, it's extremely respectable. I will say, like, I have actually so much more respect for them, but at the same time, I'm like, like, I don't know.
I feel like in this day and age, it's more. I know there are a couple of questions that I read before, and I don't know if you wanted to split that in, but
go for it
at some point.
Just
there are people who are asking about, like starting out, like how did you find and navigate that? And I found the best way is like no bullshit, just be genuine and like, you know, make friends. And I all pretty much 99% of the people who watch me are, I would consider all my friends that I've met through either online or on RuneScape, or, you know, played games with them at some point. And I've never once really done that in the past like year, being like, hey man, come to my stream, I'm live, or like, you know, that kind of thing. I've just kind of been under the radar, and I never want to be perceived as the cringe guy who's like, come to my stream. And I think it's harder that way, but it's also better because I don't know, it feels so like disingenuous to like self promo for me.
Yeah.
Personally, I just feel like it's more authentic to like, if people notice that you're live, and if you're putting in the work and the hours, people are going to see you. They're going to notice that you are live. They're going to go, what? They're going to go, what the fuck? You go live? Since when?
Yeah.
That's weird. And then, you know, if they like your stream, they'll come through, you know, just that's what has, I guess, worked for me in terms of in the past, like 6 months that I guess it's been 6 months that I've been more consistent.
It's true. And you know what? That's like the best way to go about it. There's so many more elements of luck to that. For example, like if I don't know, maybe I'm sure I've done it here and there, but with you and with any other streamer that kind of like starts out and stuff, or is like starting to get back into it or whatever, like you've never self-promoted in my stream ever. But I'll try to give like almost like little shout outs because I know exactly how it was starting out. So I think the biggest thing is like just being like compassionate toward like the smaller creators. And I'm still like, you know, I'm not a huge creator at all, but like I try to do my part because I just remember how it was. I was like, man, I remember going into like It's Will's stream when he was at like 90 viewers, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And
golden age.
Yeah, literally the golden age.
Yeah.
And I would just like, I just remember thinking, because this is like the first like month or two I started streaming, I was like, that would be so cool if like It's Will just like even mention something like, oh, like you know, like nice stream or something like that. Just something like that. And again, I'm just bringing up It's Will because that generally was the stream I hung out with in the beginning. So, but like any creator that knew I streamed and would just give that little shout out, like that would have been so cool. And so when I was at that level, when I was at, you know, just like the 3 viewer Andy, I just remember thinking, I was like, dude, if I ever get big, like I am going to do that for other creators because like it's so awkward. It's so hard starting off.
It is so hard starting out. You just feel like you're in like an echo chamber, and like a lot, like I remember listening, I think it was T Papa's cast or like something, and he would just, his strat was he would read It's Will chat, and there were like frequenters of his stream that would go in there and they'd catch him. I think it was one guy, I can't remember who, but he'd be like, who are you talking to? Like he just like caught him, and he's like he just kept reading chat and didn't care or something. I don't know. It's like you gotta find like these like pockets where like you can like work in between it and make it work for you. Yep. And I think that's really the true test of if you can have the wherewithal to start streaming, because the beginning is the hardest part by far. And you know, starting out it was like that for me, but I also had a lot of friends to help me. So that is 100% I would say probably the easiest route. It's not going to be easy, but like, yeah, just definitely tell your friends who care about you, about your stream. And if you don't have friends, the best thing to do is to start making friends, whether it's in a small community. Shout out the homies, shout out the Goonies. Those are both like my huge 2 hubs. Also the Steel Mill. There's a lot of the small like micro communities that I've been a part of that have invited me or we've created just from like because when we started out, I was a big like Will viewer, like before he was like sub 100 views, and a lot of my friend groups that I've made throughout playing RuneScape, I've made through that Discord. And because people wanted to do raiding, and like Will didn't know how to raid at the time, he was just like, you know, doing his own thing like he usually does. And back then, that's how I made all my friends, was through either a community inside of a Twitch chat or just like friends of friends. And you know what I mean? It's just like progressively you will make more friends the more open you are to just meet new people. And you know, sometimes you got to go out on a limb and be like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I'm gonna go hang out and chat for like 4 hours and, you know, shoot the shit with this random guy, and then those end up being your best friends. So that's the craziest part.
That's literally the key. It's just like making connections with people in the community, because that's how like the word spreads.
It's true.
Yeah. Or, you know, and I also have one more piece of advice. Just like start a podcast and just start talking to like people that you just talking to every creator. That's definitely helped.
Yeah, this is definitely the year of podcasts. Yeah. Shout out to the Real Homie Hour. Shout out to Sae Bae podcast. Shout out everybody who has podcasts. Based After Dark.
Dude, we need more. This is a call to action for all those that are like any sort of creators in the community that, you know, have been thinking about making another like project or something. Like, honestly, there needs to be more podcasts for like old school. I love long form content. That's kind of why I started, but I can't bear listening to my own casts. So I have like a small selection of podcasts I can listen to, but yeah, I hope that I have a vision basically, and I see, or I have a dream where I see like a bunch of
I have an idea.
There we go. I have an idea. No. But one of these days, there's going to be like an influx of podcasts, and I want there to be a Golden Gnome category for best old school pod. I could imagine that actually happening, but there can't just be like, you know, 10 podcasts total. There's got to be like 50 or something. There's got to be some competition. There's got to be some heat.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'd say there's actually a good portion of podcasts. It's just maybe they're not as well known or advertised properly or something, but there are definitely a good portion of podcasts. So if you guys are interested in long form content, definitely, you know, do some digging. You'll find some great podcasts if you enjoy them.
Yep. No, there are. It's so weird because like I remember what is it? There's like a bunch of podcasts. Like I looked up like OSRS on Spotify, just like saw the podcast there, and it's like, wow, I've like never heard of these people. They don't have a Twitch. Like a lot of them don't even have a Twitch, or like, you know, maybe some have a Twitter or something. But it's like, damn, this podcast actually does pretty well, but you don't. I don't know. For some reason, I like pigeonhole myself into this idea that like you need to have a Twitch, like you need to be in like the Twitch scene to like do anything. But now, like, there's like pretty successful podcasts that have no like audience on Twitch, basically. I'm like, damn, just reminds me how big the world is. You know, there's a lot of people out there.
It's so strange too with social media, because it just says from like a content creator perspective that's starting out, like I'm trying to branch out on the different platforms, and just like even like TikTok, like RuneScape TikTok is like an insane like platform, just in terms of like, yeah, it's like insane in the terms of like you never expect what content like pops off on there, and it's like it's a very different audience than RuneScape Twitch, I feel like, because it's obviously very, very short form, and I feel like it's very hard to like traverse that if you're not used to it, especially if you haven't used anything like Vine or anything before that that was really similar. But yeah, I would say the concepts and like the things that people do on it are like things that like you think of like just normally, like in the back of your head, like what if I just made like a quick video about this, and then people do it and it pops off, and you just don't think about it because it's only one platform.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's how a lot of the platforms are, because it's so segregated in terms of like how it's spread out.
It's totally true. Like when I started a YouTube, I just remember thinking like the old school like community that engages in old school content is Twitch, and so you just see people's viewers like, oh, there's probably like 10,000 total people that watch RuneScape content, because, you know, 5,000's going to Bodhi and the other 5,000 spread out across like the other 100 streamers. And but then you go onto YouTube and you just see like a YouTube video get like 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, up to like 2 million. Like some of like Settled's videos got like 2 million views. I'm just like, now obviously not all of them are just consuming old school content, but like the Alex Sween podcast I did just randomly popped off. It's got over 100,000 views now. I'm like, it just goes to show that there are so many people that actually watch old school content that just aren't on Twitch. And when you just exclusively do Twitch, it's almost like you're gonna lose sight of how many people can really engage in your content, and you're limiting yourself by just doing Twitch.
True. Yeah.
That's why yeah. No,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's why like almost every time like I have a guest on that's the content creator, I just always ask them like, do you have a YouTube? Like, are you doing it? Because I don't know. Maybe it's just projection completely on my part, but I just remember thinking like I felt almost I didn't even feel limited on Twitch. I just felt like that was like the whole audience I had to like appeal to, and then you just see. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe I should make a TikTok. Shit.
I mean, I think there's probably, I'd say TikTok, you could probably use sound bites from casts that you've done, but that also goes in part with if you don't want to listen to your own podcast, then maybe you might want an editor or something, because you will have to go through tons of your own stuff and have to because whenever I started doing that, I was like, damn, this is very cringe, the shit that I do half the time. But like at the same time, like you have to like power through the cringe to get it. But I found that like clips. Twitch clips are pretty good, like any of the like super like funny ones that you think are funny or like people think generally are funny are good. I feel like those work pretty well, but also on TikTok it's just very weird because people who do RuneScape TikTok do not use like Twitch clips, and if they do, they don't do very well. I find that it's a lot of like it's like TTS voice. This is what happens when you open 300 brimstone keys, and then they just like fast forward through 300 brimstone keys in like 8 seconds, and they're like, this is the loot, and then it ends. And that gets like 1,000 likes. It's so weird. It's such a weird sort of landscape to navigate, and you're just like, okay, so that's an OSRS TikTok. Okay, now let's go to YouTube, and it's long form content that's all planned out and edited very well, and then Twitch is like unfiltered thoughts. So it's it's very weird.
That is
a weird section.
So let me ask, do you use TikTok a lot?
Not that often. I usually use TikTok in like every couple months. I'll so I wanted to like upload clips as I get them, or like if people get like a really good clip that's funny, I'll download it and then like edit it in like video format for like vertical for phone. And then that's kind of like my method of like making TikToks is I just use clips that are like good, that I think people would generally enjoy or something if they were scrolling through. I think that's the best place to start out. So that's how I've been using it, and I do it every couple months when I get a couple clips that are like really good that I enjoy or that other people enjoy.
Dude, it's weird. I don't have a TikTok, and I basically have resisted TikTok, and I just remember thinking like, oh, that format just seems so addicting. And then I don't know what happened, because I barely use Instagram either, but Instagram just pushes it on you to start going through like the TikTok algorithm, just like the whole TikTok swiping up, and then I went on to YouTube short. It was like within like a couple days, I just instantly got sucked into the Instagram one, and then I got sucked into YouTube shorts on my phone. I'm like, holy fuck, like this. And now Twitter has it too. Like if you start scrolling through Twitter, I mean, Reddit has, like every single thing has the TikTok formula, and it's like, this is incredibly addicting. Like I can see why. I mean, this just does so well, and like
that dopamine drip, baby.
It's
just
so
keep getting
crazy. I wonder if there's anything like what's the next thing that's just gonna be like the new TikTok that just revolutionizes just total addiction to your phone.
It's probably gonna be bought out by TikTok, and it's gonna be something else. Like I think TikTok is gonna be here for a while just because they have so much money now.
Yeah,
it's insane.
So does TikTok pay their creators?
I'm pretty sure it's like the top creators make a lot of money, but they don't. I think you only make like a certain amount per like like 1,000 views or like 1,000,000 views, because there's their CCM or whatever platform they use to calculate the views. It's you get paid very low. A lot of the money people make is through like sponsored content by like advertising. Like CeraVe lotion. This is amazing. That's what I've been seeing lately. It's just like people like. I'm gonna put on CeraVe before I go out to work, and it's like, bro, like, come on, like, it's just insane. Just the scope of like how much you can promote, and it will just be promoted to you. Because like I would release random videos, and they would just auto promote them because you're a new creator. They're just like, we want you to be in the algorithm. So we're going to juice you to like 1,000 views. And you're like, holy fuck, I'm gaming. And then, you know, the next one's like 5 views. And you're like, wow. So this is really in the power of the algorithm. That's crazy.
Dude,
Then,
it's everything. Like everything is in the algorithm. That's like everything's out of your hands. It's just the algorithm that like can save you. And like obviously, when it comes to YouTube, like obviously having like a subscriber base helps. But oh my god, like if it wasn't for the algorithm pushing older videos, like I wouldn't make anywhere close to what I make like on YouTube, like on a monthly basis. Like literally the algorithm like just helps so much. I'm like, this is completely out of my control. Like literally YouTube could just stop and like just like stop pushing my videos completely, and I would just, you know, go broke basically. Like in regards to YouTube, it's like, yeah,
that's the thing that's so
Scary.
nice about YouTube though, is because you have like that's what I've been trying to navigate and try and get started again, because I have concepts that I had originally, but I just had to like scrap them obviously because of, you know, how I de-ironed in my account series. But I think just making anything, just really throwing it at the wall, because it's gonna stay there forever, whether, you know, that frightens you or not. Like if you are a content creator who is starting, like those videos will be there, and if you don't like them, you can always like hide them or whatever. If you know, get better, which like naturally, progressively, if you keep making them, you will get better. But that's the thing, is that it will be there forever. A Twitch stream is only up for as long as you're live, and then nobody's gonna watch your VOD. And if they do, you should be very frightened that people are watching your VODs. I feel like I feel like, I mean, I leave them up if people miss the stream, but it's a very different environment, because if you split your audio, your music's not there. It's like you're singing along the songs that like nobody can hear. You sound very cringe. It's like, you know what? But I still upload them because it's proof that I went live, so people can't go, hey man, you're not live. And then you go, I was literally live like 5 hours ago. Just go look, and you're like, oh, okay. And then they get off your back.
Yeah, watching Twitch VODs is sociopath behavior. I'm sorry, that's just weird.
Unless it's like a big event that you miss, or like, you know, it's awesome to watch VODs, like say of like a huge OSRS event.
Yeah, I will watch the VODs of the old school Q&As actually.
Yeah,
so maybe I'm the sociopath. But yeah.
No, I think that's like
that's
I mean, that's like a weekly thing that if you missed and they don't upload it to YouTube, so it's like that would be a good thing for them to upload. Wait, do they upload to YouTube? I can't remember.
Yeah, they do, but it's way better on Twitch because you get the chat experience too, the feedback, watching people Omega lol and stuff.
Yeah, make fun of everybody for some stupid thing that they say.
Yeah. Is Twitch ever gonna die? Like, is Twitch ever gonna be dethroned as the gaming live stream platform? I like, obviously Mixer tried, failed, just died, and Kick is trying. Kick is trying, but it's not going. It doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Kick is like a short form way for like content creators to make money. Additionally, is the way I see it, and the whole morals behind it is not good. But like at the end of the day, like Twitch also pays for like sports gambling, which is still not near. You know what I mean? Like it's like sectional in terms of the morality of how you see it. And Kick chats are just completely unregulated, and it's like when Twitch first came out. So if you are a person who does not want to see, you know, hate speech and stuff like that, do not go to Kick, because people are not regulating their chats at all. That's also a huge part of the issue. I feel like if they had like a staff that enforced things and actually, you know, was more established, I'd say give them time. Maybe it could be better, but like at the same token, it's not going to be a long form platform at all. I don't see it.
It's rough. It's just like Twitch can do no wrong now. I mean, they do a lot of wrong, but there's nothing they could do to like dethrone themselves or anything anybody else can do. It's just like it's over.
Yeah,
it's just like Amazon.
I think Twitch will have competition with YouTube if YouTube can ever fix their UI and make it so they don't dox people's names as soon as they try and type in chat. That is absolutely the worst thing. Just go into a chat and it's like, Scottie Pippen says, hey man, thanks for going live. It's like, hey man, I have your whole government name on my chat. That's great. Yeah.
Got like a Google photo uploaded like 12 years ago. Just like your full name.
Yeah, it's horrible. I think they've gotten better in terms of like making screen names with their ads and stuff, but just the whole navigating YouTube like lives, it's the worst directory. But like, I feel like YouTube would promote you way more than Twitch ever would. So in
Yeah,
terms of like
yeah, that's true.
categories you'd like or like streamers who you'd like, their algorithm for YouTube is probably 100 times better than
Oh yeah.
Twitch. So yeah, I'd say definitely I would say just look out for YouTube in the next 5 years. If they could fix their UI, then they'll be chilling.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, YouTube obviously is like way bigger than Twitch.
Yeah.
So
They got Google.
they could take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think of oh shit, I lost my train of thought. It's something in regards to like just this stupidity of just having. Oh yeah, like do you remember using Facebook as a kid and just like sharing every fucking detail of your life?
Oh, it was awful,
dude.
I had to delete Facebook in the last like 5 years just because I was like, what did I post on here? I'm a different human being.
Dude, it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous if you go back in time. Like I deactivated my Facebook like a couple months before I started streaming.
Yeah. That's a good decision.
Hella good decision. Like, dude, I fucking put my phone number on there. Like I put my street address, my phone, like, you know, we're like back in like 2013 where you're just not 2013. I was 13. How old was I? 2008. It was literally fucking 2008. And Facebook has this section like about me. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to fill out the about me. Like that seems like a homework assignment. Like let me just just fill every single fucking detail about my life on this thing. And I thought it was normal.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, that was back when I used to like hit up people to like smoke in school, like go smoke weed. Be like, hey man, yeah man, you want to go smoke some weed after school? Yeah, pull up to my address. It just like shows your full address, full phone number. Like to be honest, you get like random people that you've never talked to in school. To be honest, I don't really know you. 5 out of 10, and it's like, what the fuck? It's like, what am I doing? What was I doing on Facebook, bro? That's crazy.
Full phone number, full address, your siblings, your grandparents, just like every fucking thing about you. And then on top of that, every single status and photo you've ever posted, just for anybody to see. Like, holy shit.
It's also cool to like go back and be like, wow, I was super young in this photo or whatever. And then just like be like, yep, I definitely need to delete this now.
Yeah. Okay. So
nobody needs to see that.
So like 5 years ago was the last time I literally, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I almost want to just reactivate my Facebook just briefly so I can see, but I'm not going to because it's just going to be unbelievably cringe. Because 5 years ago, I remember checking my Facebook Messenger app before I like deleted everything. Yeah. And I just remember like scrolling through to some conversations from like 2009. And so I'm just like, holy shit, like what is wrong with me? Like what, like who am I here, basically? I mean, I was literally a child, but like, yeah, holy shit, that stuff is just so unbelievably cringe. Like if I think my Sae Bae cast is cringe for listening to, like, dude, going back to those conversations is like nail biting. Like I just need to like scrape a chalkboard. It's so bad. Like what is happening?
I think everybody relates to that. I don't think there's one person who's ever looked back like 5 to 10 years in their past.
Like, those are the
like,
glory days.
Yeah, I'm not cringe. Yeah, 100% of the time you're cringe. You're doing some very, very, very stupid stuff as a kid. So yeah. Is that how you found that one picture that people remixed into the album cover, where it was you on your mission?
Oh yeah. That was actually, I'm trying to think. That was on my phone because I have some mission photos on my phone from my mission.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, I actually do have like I have a ton of photos from my mission. Like there's so many that I would love to just like share here and there, but I'm like,
let me know. You gotta give them the drip.
Yeah, exactly. The slow drip. Yeah. There's some videos. Like there's some. I recorded so much stuff on my mission. Like so many pictures. I think I have like 1,800 pictures and like 300 videos. It's like ridiculous. Like I made a lot of stuff. I even when I got back off my mission,
I was thinking of like compiling like a little like not it's sort of like a slideshow with music and like having videos like in there.
Yeah.
And then I just never got around to it because obviously I started having like doubts about everything, and I was like, this is kind of weird, like publishing my like spiritual adventure and like yeah. So I just never even got around to posting it, but or even like fully making. I started making it, but like that would be cool. Like whenever I go back in those like, dude, I know I'm going all over the place. Do you ever like look back at photos on your phone and stuff and just get like mad depressed? Just like,
oh yeah,
like those times are over. Like fuck.
Oh yeah, I feel very old right now. And I'm 27, so it's like you wake up and you're like, damn. We in our late 20s right now. I'm about to be 30 years old, and I'm playing RuneScape. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, there's obviously going to be times like that where you go back and you're like, damn.
Part of the problem is like I only look back at photos when I'm already down, and then I'll look back and like, damn, like it's not even
the best
like
thing to do is to not look at them.
Yeah,
usually
it's not like it's not like that is the thing that makes me sad. It's just to know like those times are never happening again. Like, well, those times are over.
I mean, like in terms of like youth, yeah, but like at the end of the day, like I don't know, like the way I see it is that I spent a lot of my 20s like kind of just contemplating everything and not doing anything, and I'm gonna spend my 30s doing stuff and not thinking very much, and I feel like that's just way better because like I feel like you're just genuinely life will be so much you will be so much happier just not overthinking everything, and that was really like
everything. It's so bad.
Yeah, and I relate to that so well. So like I think there's another question that somebody asked where it's like, what would you tell yourself if you were 16? It would be like, think less and do more. Because I did like nothing in my 20s. And I think that's a lot of the reason why I want to stream is because I've always wanted to do it since I was like 21. But I was just so much of a pussy about going live, you know? You're just so like in your head and you're like, damn, nobody's going to want to watch me, you know? Like, who am I? And then you're like, and then you have this internal thing and then you're like, damn.
Oh, you're relatable.
I'm not going live. Yeah, I hate myself today. I'm not going live. But that, you know, it just be like that. It's a natural progression of being a human being. You're gonna have feelings where, you know, you don't want to do stuff that you've wanted to do for forever because you get in your own head. And I feel like a lot of that is with streaming. I have so many friends who want to start going live just for fun. They don't even want to like be a big streamer. They just want to do it for fun. And I'm like, dude, it's literally in your head. You like as soon as you just start streaming, you stop thinking about it once you do it long enough.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm so glad I've gotten over that hump because that was like easily the hardest part about streaming was just thinking too much about stuff.
Oh, it's so true. And like it's a continual effort too, because I'll still have that even after 4 years of streaming, where I'm just like it's just like
you have a bad day and it like magnifies. Like,
it's like thinking for like an hour or two before, like I should go live. And it's like you're listing off every reason not to.
Yep.
It's like why? Why am I doing this to myself? Just go live. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a very relatable struggle. Even now, like a lot of the times, like when I'm gonna go live, because I don't have a set schedule, which a lot of people who I've been on podcasts with or whatever, they're like, definitely you want to set up a schedule because like you know, it's like clocking into a job. Like I don't like doing that because I feel like it's like clocking into a job, but like at the end of the day, like streaming is kind of a job when you're like putting it on that pedestal.
But so, it makes you literally feel better after doing something you plan to do. Like Like it's the same with all the Sae Bae casts. The Sae Bae casts obviously are a lot easier. These are a lot more relaxed because it's just me and you in a call right now. I'm not actually talking to an audience, and like there's no face cam, which also helps. And just fucking be in my underwear and just chilling.
Damn, you naked right now?
I'm butt ass naked right now, just sweating. Sheesh. It's like I'm on one of those mesh,
it is hot.
Those mesh Herman Millers too, and it's just like sweat's dripping down, slow drip.
All right, Sae Bae's auctioning off his Herman Miller, but he's sweating, butt ass naked. Who wants to buy it?
Dude, it's actually crazy. So these Herman Millers, like obviously everything collects dust, but I like completely forgot like how much dust collects under these chairs. Jesus Christ,
Man,
dude.
it is insane. I have one as well, and just like because I don't use it very often because I swap between chairs, just like the creases of the chair where you normally don't like rest your body, it is disgusting, and it literally looks like it came out of like an office 20 years ago.
I know, it's
yeah,
insane. I'm
it
like,
is disgusting.
Jesus Christ, this thing collects a lot of dust.
Do you have the original wheels on yours?
Yeah, this is a brand new Herman Miller I got like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay, because I bought mine secondhand, and when I got the wheels, it literally looked like the person rolled it through like a dog's fur. It literally was like completely engulfed, and the wheels would not rotate. I had to like, yeah, it was disgusting.
You gotta like rip out all that. That must have taken so long.
Yeah, it took a while, and everything was all oily and like not like yeah. It was honestly it was a bargain find though. I got an Aeron size B for like $340. I just had to go pick it up.
Yeah,
I went to I drove to Pennsylvania and picked it up. It wasn't bad.
That's really nice. Like mine is, I think it was like new. It's like $14.50 or something. It was pretty expensive.
Yeah. It's nice to buy it new though, because then you pretty much have like lifetime, which is like 20 years plus of like fixing basic things.
Yeah, like if it ever that was the biggest thing is like for me it's like, okay, I know myself. I'm not going to go on a big hunt trying to find a used chair and then just get fucked over because the chair is actually broken and I don't actually have any, not insurance, but whatever it is, just like the policy or whatever. Warranty. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. And I was like, dude, I'm just going to get this thing. And it comes pre-assembled. So they just give you this massive box at your doorstep. And you just roll it out, and it's already.
That's sick.
And the best part is, like, I didn't know actually how it would feel, and so they literally have a 3-day. It's like, if you are not completely satisfied, just literally wheel it back in the box and ship it off, and like we'll give you your full refund. Like just 3 days to get like the full entire refund back. And I'm like, okay, well, this is really nice that I don't have to like assemble it first. It literally just came. Oh, it was nice. Because most chairs you have to like assemble slightly.
Yep, definitely. That is by far the nicest thing. Because I had to fix a piece of this chair because I'm a fat ass. I'm 6'3", and I'm like 300 to 320 pounds around there. And I'm sitting in a chair that's like not acclimated for my body because I bought like a size B and I should have bought a size C.
I have a B.
Yeah, I should have bought a size C. It's not like it fits my body, but like the natural position of the chair, it just like does not acclimate my back correctly. So that's why I swap chairs a lot. But I broke the cable that allows you to recline. So it was just permanently like sitting forwards and it would sit back. And I had to buy like an eBay part of some guy who just overcharges for like a piece of plastic. And I was like, damn, this would be a sick time to own like a 3D printer. But that shit's like thousands of dollars. So like, you could have just like 3D printed your own plastic piece and you would have been fine. It would have been cost like 20 cents, but this dude's, charging like $25-$30 for like one thing. So I had to buy that and swap it out. It's just so weird to like swap out parts on a 15-year-old chair because everything is like stripped. All the screws are stripped from trying to take it apart. All the things are old as fuck, but it still works. And I could sell the chair whenever I want and probably make money on it, which is fine. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm a frequent chair swapper because I need that 90-degree, like sitting against the wall kind of thing with a little bit of a cushion on my back, and then I'm fine.
So I had a chair previous to this that I spent like $300 on, and then it was just hurting my ass so much, and I was like, I can't do this.
Yep.
That was really when I decided to like get the Air on because I'm just like, dude, I just got to get the best of the best, and if this doesn't fucking work, then I have a problem. But like, I'm just gonna go for it because I can't keep buying like $300 chairs and then just having them kind of suck. So
yeah,
that the only problem with the Aeron, literally the only problem in my opinion, is the armrests. They're really squishy. They're nice. They're squishy enough, but it like slants upward where like I'm always hella reclined. So even though I've gotten used to it, like how my arm position is on my like desk, it's like I wish it didn't lump upward. I wish it almost lumped downward. So it was like almost like a little valley where you could rest your arm into it. Like that was my previous chair. It had like this sort of like a little valley where you can rest your arm. And it was so comfortable. That was the really nice thing about my old chair that it doesn't have on here, which I've gotten used to it, and it's like a minor complaint. But if there was anything that I would suggest, it's like, yeah, just make like the armrest concave.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
I think if they like a lot of their chairs are modular, which is really nice. But I think if they made it where it was completely customizable to like what you want, especially if you're gonna spend like $1,500 on a brand new, including tax and everything, because like if you're gonna buy a chair like that, you might as well go fully loaded because you're just like, if to buy like a $1,200 chair, like a $200-$300 like discount, it's not worth it. You need like all the bells and whistles, or else you're trolling. I feel like, yeah. I actually like the armchair, but it's because I have a huge desk. I have like one of those like super wide, like in terms of length of like wall to like U desks, where like it's not super long from like a length perspective, but like a width. It's just very long. So I usually rest my arms on the desk, and then I just have my elbows on it. So I'm more like naturally leaning my arms on the desk and just having my elbows on it, because I've had a lot of RSI issues with just from playing for forever.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to have it more on the desk and the mouse pad, and it's helped me a lot more. But it's also, I think, will naturally just fuck up your shoulders long term if you just always are like out. It's weird. It's weird to like micromanage that while you like do daily things as well.
Like it always sucks.
In terms of like, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say, in terms of like range of motion, it's just weird because it's something so secondary that you don't think about until you start having huge issues.
I know, that's the problem with being human. It's like we are not fucking built to just sit down all day and use a little pointer device with our hand.
No, not at all.
And so we're just not used to it. And like RSI is so common. Like, and then people that like Secon had like bad carpal tunnel. He had to get like surgery, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's like fucking awful. I know he's in a cast. Just like,
yeah.
I don't know if it was like surgery or not, but like maybe it was. I can't remember. But
I think he maybe had minor surgery and then he was rehabbing for a long time.
That like just sounds awful. Like what? Yeah, it sucks, especially when I hear of gamers that actually, like Scotty kind of mentions it here and there, like when he's doing like his Inferno and speedruns, like he'll just be live for like a couple hours. He's like, oh, my wrist is kind of like hurting a little bit. Like I'm gonna like take it easy. It sucks that that's even like ever a problem, but it's so common because it's so hard to be perfectly ergonomic, and everyone's different, first of all. So there's no like perfect solution that you can just look up online. Like this is perfect ergonomics right here. Like you won't get any wrist pain. Like you'll always get it, especially with long hours. And it's like, I just wish that wasn't a thing, but it just will be.
Yeah, I think that's like a like pitch correction thing. Like if you just start noticing it, you'll be able to manage it more if you're more aware of it. And yeah, that just comes through trial and error for sure.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is like just take fucking breaks. Like just
totally.
Just give your goddamn that's the biggest problem. It's like when people are like competing and doing like some crazy hour stuff and they're just playing through the pain. Like, bruh, that's not good.
I've done that before.
I've done that so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
That is the worst. There was actually a live stream I did like a long time ago, and I think I was like trying to push like a 24-hour, and I legit thought I had like a mini stroke, but it was just the most insane ocular migraine of my life. And it's like I don't know if you've ever had an ocular migraine, but this literally felt like somebody was like pressing down into my eyes and like
Jesus.
like completely, like it feels like somebody like severed your optic nerve. It felt so bad. I mean, maybe that was it, maybe it wasn't it, but it was probably the most excruciating pain I've ever had from like doing long gaming sessions. And I thought it would be like my wrist, not like my eyes. And that was
Did you do the full 24?
No, it was like 16 or 18 hours, but I did do it 24 recently, but I kind of just wanted to push myself to see if I could do it. And I was much more comfortable in a well-lit situation. A lot of why that happened before was because I had really old prescription glasses I was using that like were not the best like acuity in terms of like your eye health. So they were like, maybe like a year or two like out of date. And then I had no lights on, so only computer lights. And I
Oh,
I don't think blue light glasses do anything, but they weren't blue light. And then I was just gaming. I was just staring at the screen, and I was completely dehydrated, like not drinking
Oh
water.
my god.
Just like a fucking idiot. Like it's just one of those things where you're just like so zoned in, and you're like you can't leave because you're just like in a grind or something. And then yeah, it was literally the worst pain I've ever felt. But I'm glad I had that because it really set the bar for like limiting myself. And like if I feel bad, I'm gonna like either end the stream if I'm live or just like get off the computer.
Yeah.
Because you need like a hard limit once in your life that like scares you, and that was it. So that really helped out.
That's horrible. I'm trying to even think of like the worst pain I've ever had. Like when it, because I like, to be honest,
In terms of like gaming related or just like ever?
just ever at this point. I mean, gaming related, it's definitely just been whenever I've pushed to do like 24-hour streams. I did a 27.5-hour stream. That's the longest I've ever done, and it was just corp. I did 100 solo Iron Man corp kills in one stream. No,
Shit.
sorry, not 100, 150. That was it.
Yeah, that's a lot because it takes so much prep to do that.
150 solo fucking corp. This is no alting, by the way. Like that, just in case anyone was wondering. Like this is legitimately 27.5 hours going hard. And dude, I just remember like, because I set it was like a sellout stream, so like it was already paid for. Like it was just like you're doing 150 kills. Like you can't. There's no backing out now. And I just remember like by like 120 kills, like knowing you have 30 more corp kills. It just took such a toll on me. I was so miserable because what I tend to do on those like long streams is I go full out energy. And I also made the huge mistake of drinking like 3 energy drinks.
Oh,
like 3
that'll fuck you up.
3 16-ounce full sugar monsters. I mean, we're talking like fucking like disgusting. Like I can, when you're just drinking a monster that's been sitting on your desk for like 5 hours, and it just literally tastes like gasoline.
Pure unleaded gasoline that you're drinking.
And I'm just fucking sipping this warm gasoline. And I'm like, I wonder why I fucking feel like total shit right now and have a massive pulsing headache and just feel absolutely miserable, and my eyes are closing and I'm trying to do these goddamn specs. I'm losing concentration, and people are like just asking the stupidest stuff, and I'm getting frustrated at everybody. I think that's like the worst gaming experience I've ever had. It just like knowing this is not ending for another 6 hours. Like it was like 21 hours in, for a fact, like, and it could go longer. So it's all up to you. You just have to go as fast as you can with these corp kills. Like it's just slow as hell. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was bad. I'm trying to think of like the worst pain normal.
That's how I felt as well, because I was doing a bingo during my I was also really dumb. Like I did a 24-hour for nothing because I was already up for so long, and people were just like, "Hey man, it's already been like 12 hours. What's 12 more?" And I was like, "You know what? You are so right." And I'm just dumb because I don't know. I just felt like, you know what? I've never done a 24-hour. I'm gonna challenge myself in terms of like finishing it. And the worst thing I could have done was having a KQ tile where I needed to get a Dragon 2H or something. And I think I did over like 200 kills and didn't get one. I mean, I think I was well over rate. So I did 14 hours of KQ with the Tumekin Shadow. And I was just like sitting there like past when I finished my Slayer task, and I was just still killing it with like Ant's hat on. And I was just like, damn, this fucking sucks. It was just, that was the most draining thing. And then I had to do Muspa when I was like 20 hours or like 22 hours in for like 2 or 3 more hours. And I was completely drained. And I was like, during this, I'm not supposed to die. I'm not supposed to die at all. Because it's like one of those custom bingos where like if your team dies, then you go back a tile or something.
Oh, God.
So there was a lot of pressure for me to not die, and there's just so many things I did. Like I'd take a break and go do LMS and then die, and I was like, "Wait, does that count?" I was like, "Hold on a minute." It's just like so many like obstacles on top of it, and I don't know. I challenged myself, and I got it done, which was awesome. But it was I'm definitely not gonna do an impromptu one like that again. That would be like a planned out thing. I feel like that's way better.
Yeah, you gotta plan it out, and the biggest thing is like it's gotta be water only until maybe you've hit like 20 hours. Then just drink one energy drink or something. Like just like you can enjoy yourself toward the end, but like, dude, you gotta be smart with like your beverages initially. It's gotta be water.
Beverages, caffeine, and food, because like I got IBS, so like I'm not trying to like, you know, eat something that's like gonna fuck up me for like the whole day. Like if I ate like doing like a hot chip challenge or a hot thing challenge or something, like if you have like a forfeit, like, you know, like 4 more hours in, you're toast. You won't see me for like an hour. You'll see the be right back screen. So yeah, it's a lot of planning. It's a lot of stuff. So if anybody is genuinely curious about that, I would say definitely plan out what you're going to do, and definitely save caffeine for 16 hours to like 20 hours in, like Sae Bae said.
Yeah. Don't do it immediately off the bat, because that's what I did. It's just like drink one off the bat, drink one at 8 hours, drink one at 16 hours, and I just feel like ass the last 8 hours, like just horrible.
Yeah. Rationing one monster for every 8 hours, that's like
it's just not the way to go. It's just horrible.
No.
And I get so dehydrated, and that's what causes like the headaches. Is like I'll drink a bunch of water too, but just all that caffeine, it's just not natural. It's like Jesus.
It'll clear you out. Yeah.
What's like the worst pain you've ever felt? Was it like that ocular migraine? Do you think?
I think probably that. I've also had braces for like 9 years.
You had it for 9 years?
9 years.
Bro, what the fuck? Why?
I had really fucked up teeth.
But
they were
9
really bad.
years?
Okay, I'll give it credit to like my orthodontist. Were probably
you're gonna give them credit now for 9 fucking years?
No, I'll give them credit for them not giving a fuck, because well, the problem is I have an underbite. I have a serious underbite, and they tried to correct my teeth so much over when I was in like high school going into college, that they were like, we are convinced that we can get your underbite to be corrected without surgery. And that's like just hard cope, because it was like 7 years in, and then you're going inside there to get rubber bands to like correct your teeth or whatever, to like straighten them. And the rubber bands aren't doing anything. And then they don't ask about rubber bands after you just got them. Because I would have different orthodontists give me different things, because there's like 3 at the office. So you'd always get a different orthodontist each time. And I was like, wait, why am I getting requests to wear this, and then you're not asking me about it? And then like I wasn't wearing them for 3 months. They're like, so you're still wearing rubber bands? It's like, these people don't give a fuck about me. So then I was like,
oh my God.
Yeah. Then they gave me the hard talk that you're going to need corrective jaw surgery. And my brother had that. He had a way worse underbite than me.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, his jaw was like never the same. And I have TMJ now, and like other shit. So it's more so like I'm gonna have a underbite for forever, unless I want a chance having like a fucked up smile, or like my jaw will just become unhinged one day. Then I'm just gonna have my jaw open or something like that.
Dude, TMJ is like, for those that I don't know much about it. I know my mom had it, and when she was a kid, her like jaw locked for like when she was at school or something, just like super awful. And I kind of had it briefly. I think I'm like prone to it, because I'll get like, actually I really haven't had like the popping or the just, you know, the crackling you get.
Yeah.
I haven't had that in like a decade, luckily, but I've always been very aware if I'm chewing too much. So I don't have it like extreme like some people do, but there was a time where I went to like a buffet when I was like 14 years old, and I ate so goddamn much, my jaw was literally on fire. I was like crying. Just like it hurt so goddamn bad. So I feel so bad for people with it.
Yeah, it sucks. Fun. Like mine will constantly click, and like you have to like reposition like your smile with like chewing, and then you look like a psycho when you're chewing. So I'm just like, fuck that. Like I'm gonna eternally have TMJ, and I don't think you can ever really get it fixed. It's kind of like a permanent thing, as far as I'm aware. It's just like whatever mandible part that like connects to your tissue, it's just like, I think it's just permanently like fucked up or like displaced. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but
yeah, that's just not fun to have. Damn. You don't suffer with migraines, or do you?
Like,
Not
are you
often.
prone to migraines? Because I don't
Not
actually think I've
often.
ever had a migraine compared to like what people say as a migraine.
Mhm.
Like, where you're literally just fucking in hell, basically. Like, there's no relief.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was little, I remember I was in like elementary school or middle school, and I would always go to the nurse's office because I had a headache, and I'd say I'm having migraines, and then it was the most passive aggressive nurse. She's like, "Are you really having migraines? Do you know what a migraine is?" And I'm like, "This fucking bitch." I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like, come on, you gotta patronize me as like a fucking fifth grader, like going to the nurse's office. 'Cause I'm having a but that's when I learned the distinction that a headache is not a migraine; it's completely different, and then. Yeah, once I had the ocular migraine, I was like, yeah, it's definitely a migraine.
Oh my god.
Felt like somebody was pressing into your fucking eye socket, and like, yeah, that was not good.
Yeah, I
But
had
that's
yeah.
definitely the worst pain.
I had a childhood friend that suffered from migraines like very commonly. It was like, I swear, every month he'd probably be out of school for like 4 days because of like just sitting at home with a migraine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro. And when he told me about it, like, he would just be like, dude, like, it's literally unbearable. I'm just like basically like wanting to scream just like the whole day. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, now that before I forget, because we were talking about the orthodontist, there was one that was very similar in terms of pain, but so I had to have my canine teeth like rearranged in terms of like the trajectory of where they were going, which is like the two like fang teeth. If you guys don't know what canine teeth are, so they were going to be positioned to go like on top of the roof of my mouth, like not in line with my teeth. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but that's like where your teeth are being positioned backwards behind your teeth. So it's like you would have had like a second row of teeth basically behind them if they came in that way. So they had to fix that. And one of the ways they fix it is they put a chain on it through surgery. So they did the surgery, and then they needed to put a screw, which was a temporary screw, into my gums. So they literally took like, I don't know, maybe it's like a quarter of an inch screw that was very thin, and they numbed my gums, and they took a screwdriver and manually screwed a screw into my gums. So think about any like type of like horrible pain. I felt everything. It felt like it was going straight into my jaw, like the top part of my skull. That was between those two, that was the worst pain I've ever had. I just remembered that because we were talking about the braces shit.
Yeah, you brought up the just. So did I talk about this on the RA/ episode? I can't remember, but I just recently talked about it. But I got elbowed in the face playing basketball, and it punctured a hole through my like upper lip. And so I went to the emergency room, and like they put a shot into my lip, or like right above my lip, and just trying to like numb it. But it really felt like all the numbing stuff just went right down my mouth. Like it seemed like they didn't actually numb anything because I was just drinking the numbing fluid. And then they started stitching it, and so I got like 2 stitches on the outside, and it was like unbearable. Like it hurt so bad, but like I'm just tears are just pouring down my eyes, and they're just stitching me up. And then they had to do 3 dissolvable stitches in the inside.
Oh,
and bro, that was just like, when I think of like things that I'd never want to re-experience, like that's it. Like that was just horrible. Like it actually makes me like get the goosebumps and like kind of cringe a little bit thinking about it. Just like the sharpness of just that pain. Oh, and I don't know if you've ever had a cavity filled. Have you?
yes. I had one recently in the past year.
When they're like drilling it to like make that filling nice, and have you ever had that like sharp like pain that like where they almost like hit a nerve?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is like the shit of nightmares, dude. Like that pain,
It's so bad.
you're hearing the drilling, just, and then you get that like thing where it's like this shock to your whole system. It's like this flush of just like, oh my god,
adrenaline. Yeah, just adrenaline goes through your body. I feel like.
Oh my god, yeah,
it's insane.
That is.
It just feels like you're like covered in ice, yeah.
And then you're
it
in a
feels
cold
like you're
sweat.
and then you're gonna start sweating because it hits your system and you're in shock. you're in shock while you're conscious. It's very
my God,
fucking
dude.
weird.
That is, if I think of anything like torture, like, dude, drilling your teeth have got to just be the worst fucking thing ever, because those nerves are no joke. I mean,
oh, totally.
my God.
That's why it freaks me out too. Like, because I don't know if you've ever looked at like people who get veneers, but like there's like the cap veneers, and there's like the ones where they just fix like one tooth. They literally drill your teeth down to like nubs, and then they put on caps to like fully veneer out your teeth, which is like crazy expensive and also very easy to break. It's just it's very scary looking at. I hate all like dentistry stuff. It just freaks me out.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever. I mean, unless my teeth were really, really, really fucked. But like,
yeah,
man, veneers. Yeah, just knowing you have to drill all your teeth. So like, if you ever do take out your veneers, like you're gonna look like Gollum.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And I think they only last like 10 to 15 years, so you have to get them like redone. Yeah, they're not permanent forever, because like they're gonna naturally fade, and you're gonna have to get touch ups and stuff, and then that is not included with when you buy them most of the time, unless I don't know. That's just and it's not covered by health insurance because it's cosmetic. So
yeah,
it's not good for the most part.
So you wear glasses.
Yes.
Do you ever wear contacts?
I actually so here's another horror story.
Yeah,
I scratched my cornea when I was in college. When I could drive, but I drove stick shift back then, and I scratched my cornea because I left my contacts in overnight, which you are not supposed to do if you're wearing day contacts. They were so glued to my eye when I was trying to take them out. They were on like the upper, like I don't know if you had contacts, but it's like
I wear them, and I
so
sleep with them, and I sleep with them for years.
I'm telling you, this is the second worst eye pain I've ever had next to the ocular migraine. And it was the same eye too that I scratched my cornea in. So it was like, it's even worse, This is before that happened. But it like glued to my eye, but like above your eyelid. So like you just always have this like rational fear that it's gonna like slip behind your eye and it's gonna be stuck in your eye forever.
Yeah.
So I was just hard panicking, and that was like 3 months into like learning how to do contacts. So I was very comfortable at that point, like touching my eye.
Mm-hmm.
But you're just in a college bathroom where nothing is really clean at all.
Oh, no.
Like, and you're just like praying that it comes out. And then, yeah, I took it out, and it was so, from moving around so much, it was so dry that it actually scratched my cornea. And then I had to go to an ophthalmologist, and that they just put drops in my eyes, and it cleared up in like 3 days. But I couldn't go to like any classes or anything. I couldn't even open my eye.
Holy
it felt
shit.
Like as soon when I scratched my cornea, it wasn't like pain in terms of like feeling it. It was like as soon as you open your eye, it felt like it was like if you close your eyes for like a month and then open them. It just was like insane brightness, and it would just give you a migraine instantly. And I couldn't drive in that condition with one eye.
Yep.
While driving stick shift.
My dad scratched his cornea, and he was telling me a similar experience. Like he just was like out for like a few days. I sunburned my eye last year. Yeah.
Oh my God. How does that happen?
You could sunburn your eye, and you don't even have to be looking at. So I think I tweeted it, or I talked about it on my stream or something. I sunburned my eye because I was like out for like 2.5 days. It was like whenever you open your eye, it feels like it's being scratched by sandpaper. It's like like it constantly feels like there's sand in your eyes, even though there's nothing. Your eye's totally clean. It'll just feel like every time you try to blink, it's just watering because it just feels like there's grains of sand. It's so weird. It's like that's the only thing I can relate it to, even though it's just a sunburn. But because I was out, and this is like in my walking. I mean, I still walk all the time, but like that was like the summer of me just walking every single day. And this is like Alabama heat. And I walked from like 11 a.m. to like 2 p.m. Like it was like just peak sun, and it was like probably 95 degrees out. And like I obviously caked up in sunscreen, but like, and I didn't wear sunglasses. And so I just get back, and I'm like, holy shit. When like it's so bright out and you enter or you just enter any house and it's just like everything's just pitch black almost. You're just like, holy shit. Like it's so dark in here, even though it's like normal lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like really dark. And then I was like, holy crap, like I just need to close my eyes. And I went to go sleep. And then like when I woke up, it just felt like constant like opening. It was just like sand was in my eye. And it was like that for like 2.5 days. It was horrible.
That sounds miserable.
It was horrible, dude. All right, Ian, or AKA Y Juicy. By the way, I met up with you met up with him too in Tennessee. Did you get to see him? He was there for like a couple days.
I saw him for one night for like a few hours, but I got FOMO so bad on Saturday night. Everybody was like, I think PJ hit go live on the backpack, and everybody was hanging out, and I was just like terminally sick in bed. Like I had to go to bed so early because I got out of the shower after Dollywood, and I was like, oh my god, the shin splints were so bad, and then I realized I had a fever when I was sleeping. And I hope I know you slept behind me. Hopefully I wasn't like snoring bad.
No, dude, you didn't make a goddamn peep. It was Mick.
Thank God.
It was only Mick. And to be honest,
I give it was me the whole time.
No.
Okay,
I give a lot of shit to Mick. Mick's snoring was not bad at all. It was just like
abrasive the first night.
Yeah,
and
it was
then,
just
after that,
because he was just fucking plastered that first. Everyone else was like normal, like just kind of drunk, and he was literally he had a bottle in his hand the whole fucking night for like 6 hours.
It was that Jameson. Now I know what to not keep around Mick, and we'll be fine. Just hide the Jameson, and we'll be good.
Dude, I just knew that white noise app was just gonna be a lifesaver because my older brother used to have sleep apnea.
Yeah.
And so like when I first started streaming, we lived in a 1-bedroom apartment together, and it was like unbearable. Like I had to have like so many fan apps, just any white noise, I could just block it out. So whenever I go like anywhere now, I'm bringing
that
it
was so clutch, and I'm so glad you brought that because that would have having so what was it 9 people total in that room at one night?
Yeah.
That every bed was fully filled.
Yeah, you can't like regardless, like it's just so quiet that any little peep or anybody moving around is just gonna kind of wake you up, and so like, you gotta have something going. Yeah. Anyway, he asks thoughts. Oh, he says Big Oob thoughts on the channel point sound redeems. Will you keep them forever? By the way, I just gotta say, like any stream that has that makes it so fun. Just
I love it.
Sending those.
I want to keep them forever. The issue is that there's so many new sounds that get made just from people's clips or like friends or like just funny moments that happen or like just pop cultural stuff that I would love to add as many as possible. But the problem is that when you scroll through it, it's like impossible to navigate it because it's just like an arbitrary amount of points I set. Yeah. And then like I kind of just increase them for how much more annoying or long they are. So there's just like
a great way to do it.
Yeah, there's like a gradual scale of like things I would want to hear less or things that are more annoying and just make them higher. But there's a hard cap of 65 redemptions that you can have at a single moment, whether that's like, you know, like a huge point redeem or like a small sound alert. So you can only through Twitch have it 65. If I could have like infinite, I would. And it would be a fucking nightmare for anybody who wants to redeem anything because there
has to be like a search button
small
at that
window.
Point.
Yeah. I think that would be a quality of life thing. But I'm just one guy that like does that. But I genuinely love the sound alerts because I don't know, it's an interactive thing. You can kind of try and fuck me up when I'm doing something where I'm trying to hard focus and I get mad, and that's content. So you know, I'll have them for as long as possible, probably until at some point it'll probably become too much. But for now, I've enjoyed it. It hasn't really messed up any of my gameplay that I've noticed. So I've had fun.
All right, favorite quality in a chatter?
Being funny.
And least favorite?
Easily. Least favorite?
Not being funny.
No. I mean, I don't know. It's like just beating on topics that like maybe it's not appropriate, or I don't know. Just like people who like can't let something die is like, or like can't let like whatever they're talking about die if it's like something I don't want to talk about. It's kind of it kind of doesn't really explain anything. It's kind of just like if you're annoying me and you just keep annoying me, then I'll be mad. That's about it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's about it.
Who is / are the antagonists in your stream? Do you have any?
Definitely DJ Cumboy. Definitely Secon. Skate Skirt. Fuck Skate Skirt.
Skates. I call him Skate Squirt.
Yeah, that's good. Fuck Skate Skirt. Sorry. I don't know. There's a lot of like, it's kind of like a daily thing. Like somebody will like blow something out of proportion. I'll be like, oh, come on. You're definitely the antagonist of the day. I'd say probably every homie at some point has been an antagonist. Jixie's done it one day when he gave me the fucking cornrows on my head. That was fucked. And then, Six Scythe, he called me Nikado Avocado. There's just lots of different days where people are just being very extra and they become the antagonist. But yeah,
what those cornrows are insane. Like that looks like a fucking real.
Yeah,
it looks
I
real.
guess it's not my hair, but yeah, Jixie. So the joke in my stream is because I'm a bald man, and I often wear a hat because my head gets cold, or I just don't want to be having my bald head on stream that day, so I'll just wear a hat. And I took my hat. I do a joke where I do a wave check, which is like a joke that people would do where they would take off their do-rag and show their waves. But because I'm bald, I don't have hair. So that was just the joke. And then Jixie edited waves on top of my head, which is that's got to be cultural appropriation. I'm definitely getting canceled for that or something. Yeah. But anyways, definitely photoshopped and not real. And yeah, I can never have waves because I don't have hair. So for DJs, explain this image. That is the lore of the wave check, at least in that context, I guess. I don't know.
Okay,
just a funny moment. No, I was just saying, just a funny moment that happened.
I don't understand this one. Second asks, why Barty better than Feet?
Oh yeah, I mean that's just Secon saying words. I don't even know what that means. I think he's saying why is Playboy Cardi better than Feet? I don't know. You're obsessed.
Yeah, I don't know. Obsessed.
Yeah,
he was on something when he made that. He tweeted that.
Totally.
100%.
I don't even know why he said Barty, because that just makes me think of Cardi B. But yeah, I know he meant Playboy Cardi. He doesn't listen to Cardi B. Definitely not.
Okay, Prison Joe asks, any down or any I guess on the down low content or series planned for the future?
I definitely want to get YouTube started. I'm kind of trying to develop a series, but I don't want to pigeonhole myself. I was gonna do like some typical like going for Grandmaster bat chests type of series, but I think I want to make it more personal, I guess. Make
Original.
Kind of just, yeah, I want to talk about like the trajectory of my account when I come back to YouTube, which will be soon. So definitely check out my YouTube at some point, please.
It'll be down in the description, boys. All of Uberu's links down in the description. Go check them out.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I want to make like a video explaining kind of like what happened to my account, because it doesn't really make sense for a lot of people, I feel like, especially with my last video being a group Iron Man. I don't think anybody knows the scope of like what I've done unless you've been in a live stream or something. So.
Or you've listened to this episode. Oh shit.
True. Shout out to Sae Bae podcast. Yeah. But yeah, want to start YouTube, and I don't know, maybe some IRL stuff at some point would be cool, but maybe like a fitness thing would be cool. But I definitely want to stick to like RuneScape content, I think, on the channel, at least for the next year, I would say.
All right. He also asks, top 5 7 TV emotes right now.
Oh, 5? Let's see. Okay, well,
what's the top one? That's the real question. What is the
It's not a 7 TV emote, but the my case ASO reaction. It's just it's a Chad version of SpongeBob that I found going through. I think it was the Frankerface Z wall, which is like, also, if anybody enjoys emote culture or anything, just go to Frankerface Z and click Infinite Wall, and it's any emote that just got instantly uploaded, and you can just scroll through an infinite wall of just random dog shit that like it's just so fun. I love just looking at like new emotes that are popping up, like whether it's in XQC's chat, those are all the emotes that'll be trending, anything like that. It's just like, that's one of my favorite things to do. just to go through random emotes that are just named the most atrocious thing. I think that's how like XORT giggle became a thing in like Bodhi's chat and like a bunch of things like that. They just find one dog shit emote that is goofy as fuck, and they're like, "Yep, this is the new standard," and then people use it, and it becomes a thing.
It's crazy how that one is so iconic now.
Yeah.
What's the worst emote that's used? I should say.
You're probably not going to like me for this, but for a long time, I really hated the Keck W, and I know you type it a lot.
Yep.
Just the standard Keck W with the guy that's laughing. It's like,
that one was 50-50 split. It was like either people hated it or people just used it all the time and just loved it.
I just saw it as like a thing that people would do in like super big streams. I feel like people just did it because it was like a thing.
Yep.
And it was, I don't know. I never aligned myself with a Keck W enjoyer, but then I just started to do like the ones that would be like the opposite. So like people started to use like the dog shit emotes that would like take over that. So for a while I had it as Linus Tech Tips making the stare face. And now I have it as the basketball player guy who just like stares at you.
Whale has it as like a fucking like ceiling fan. I don't even know what's happening in there.
Oh, it's the guy with the hands in his pockets. It's like 144p bit rate, and it's like and then the fans just circling. Yeah, I love those emotes that just replace like if you put like poggers in a chat and it's just not poggers, it's like a car smashing into another car or something. Yeah, I love those. Those are great.
That started being a thing like a couple years ago. Like that never was a thing until I feel like it sprung from Keck W. Because
definitely
people didn't like Keck W, and so everyone was typing. Everybody would type Keck W in everybody's stream, even if they didn't have it enabled. And so then at that point, I think people were just like, "I'm just going to replace it with something else."
Yeah,
like
I think it was
ban me.
Keck W and poggers and like stuff like that. Anything that was like a top 5 emote being used for sure.
Yeah, I loved Keck W from the beginning. I think partly because I had already seen the video of it, and so it was like. It felt like I was in the know, like, oh, like I've already seen this, like this is like my thing, you know, like this is like, you know,
like I get it. That's why I'm typing it. I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, that's funny. Oh, you know, I didn't actually like the EXO giggle. I don't
think anybody liked it at first. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just like a very atrocious looking emote. It's just
I didn't. It wasn't the fact that like the emote was bad. It was the fact that like everybody randomly started using it, and it was probably because I was out of the loop. That I just it's like it just started flooding my chat all of a sudden. I was like, "Fuck off, fuck off with this."
Like, I don't get it. Somebody explain it to me, please.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna actually say that. But deep down, I'm like, please explain it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you regret joining Based?
Absolutely not. I was so honored to be invited. I feel like I'm a nobody compared to everybody else because I'm just starting, obviously. But it feels like a second family, which is so nice. And I couldn't believe they invited me to Tennessee already. Like they invited me to Tennessee before I was even in Based, which was like
that's cool.
That was an honor. So.
I will say, so this was something that was kind of brought up. I'm not in Based, but I was invited to go and hang out. And like one of the things that apparently is kind of like, it's not everyone thinks this way, but there are like people that think like Based is kind of like cliquey. Like the team is kind of cliquey and they kind of like exclude people or something. Honestly, after being there, that is not the case at all. Like it's not an exclusion thing. It's literally just like they want to have a real good group of people that can all just be like homies with. And so obviously there needs to be some exclusion. Like you can't just have every fucking person or else it's just not going to be a great time. But they really do try to reach out to people and try to like bring on like other creators and other people in the Twitch scene, and just it's really not like a cliquey thing as some people may think. I don't know, it was like mentioned there. I think somebody was kind of mentioning that. I was like, oh, isn't really the case. Like I think Jake C was kind of mentioning it, and it's like
I think it was Jake C and Mick were talking about it. 'Cause
Yeah.
we were on a car ride back.
yeah. That's
Yeah. I mean, like in some way, like it does need to be inclusive because it obviously is like a stream team, and like there's like a group of people that they've like been friends with and meshed with, so I could see how it can look that way. But I don't know. I felt like I've been welcomed to open arms, and I feel like the people in base are always looking for more people to join. I think I don't think it's very clicky necessarily in terms of that. I think
they just want to have a tight knit community that's like
yeah,
all welcome and wholesome, and like just everyone's on the same page of
yeah.
Which is
I don't see it as clicky as some people do. I mean, maybe in terms of like the group that they've selected, I could see how it come off that way, but I don't think it's a clique really.
I just gotta say, it's really cool that like that is a thing that happens now, is little stream meetups, because it was like the tasty generation that spawned that. Because before, nobody ever did like meetups. Not that I know of. Like people just the UK people would do like little meetups and like go get dinner and stuff. I'd see pictures of that, but like other than that, there was never any like big meetups.
I think it was more like groups of friends that like how I've had a few groups of friends who like either wanted to do meetups or like have done meetups that I've joined later. And it's just like smaller, like micro niche groups that have done it, but not on like a grand scale where it's like publicized, like where, Prison Joe's going live and you just see every streamer there, or like pictures and stuff like that. I agree. I think it's one of the first kind of coming of age of like streamer meetups, which is awesome because we don't need to all socialize. Yeah, we don't need to all socialize on RuneScape online permanently. Sometimes you got to go relax and go on vacation, but also have fun with your friends. So I think it's great, and it was cool. I got to meet everybody, which was awesome.
I already fucking miss it, man. I miss.
Yeah, it was so much fun.
I know,
I wish I wasn't sick. If I could do it again, TwitchCon, I'm gonna be way more careful. But like, yeah, I want to go to TwitchCon so bad. I just gotta save up and budget. And
Same.
Yeah, that trip. Apparently, that trip was their cheapest trip yet, which concerned me a lot because I'm a content creator starting out, and I haven't worked for a long time, so it's like I just got out of school. And I am YOLOing it because why not?
Just like the plane ticket, like the round trip there and back was $1,000. Like just that alone, and then like Dollywood's like, oh yeah, it's just gonna be like $80. Ends up being like 200 and something. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, Dollywood. Yeah, if you want to go for the day pass, it'll be $80. But if you want to go on roller coasters as fast as humanly possible, that'll be another $120. What?
Yeah.
The fuck? It was worth it though.
Yeah, it was definitely worth it. I'm glad
just to go on that. I forgot which one it was called.
Lightning?
It was the lightning rod. Yeah. That one was Bodie's favorite.
That one was so fast, man.
Yeah.
That was the first roller coaster I'd been on in like 11 years. So that
really,
and apparently for like those listening, that's like one of the fastest roller coasters in America.
Mm-hmm.
It was like top 5 or something, right? Is that what?
I think it was like number 7 out of 10. So it was like one of the most like fond after roller coasters, and even buying like the $100 day pass to like go up fast on it, you could only use it once on that roller coaster. Like and it's like one of the roller coasters that you go to a park where you have to wait 6 hours in line if you don't have the fast pass, and it was still like 30 minutes to an hour to go on it, like in the fast track. So yeah, like it was an experience for sure. That was definitely the best one. I think.
Just going on that one after 11 years of not going on a roller coaster was pretty crazy. That was
that to go on the moats intensely, like spinning one first. Yeah, that was crazy.
That was good though. Okay, Scotty asks, can you be outside but still inside?
Yes. Because we're outside, but we're inside, but we're outside.
Holy
that's not going to make sense. Like the joke is like, because when people would say we're outside, that means like shit's getting lit, like we're outside. That's like a slang thing. So like while I'm streaming, I'm inside, but we're outside. But we're inside. You know what I'm saying? Like
I just thought it was like being halfway outside the door.
No. It's not literal. Being outside is like, getting up to some shit. Like,
yeah.
we're acting up. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. What's your best way to get over a creativity block?
I'm a very frequent like content hopper, whether that's on RuneScape or like making things. And like the problem I have a lot of the time is with I have an idea that's great, and then the execution comes out and it's like dog shit, or I don't like it, or it's like not what I expect. And I think a lot of that contributes to like doing different things as well. So like I'm so ADHD that I need to like do something different or I'm gonna be like bored. And that also has issues with like, you know, making things for people, because like to have like original concepts and then like make sure they're executed like nicely is a little bit difficult for me, but I still try to navigate that as a creator. So I would say just content hopping and like writing down ideas, writing them down is the most important thing. Like just having like a ledger of like your thought process and then going back and forth and trying things out. Just literally throwing shit at the wall and just hoping it works.
Yeah.
Because that's how I pretty much made Mick Homie's merch. Was he kind of gave me free reign to like fuck around and just make memes, because I frequent his streams and I'm just one of the homies. So like I was just kind of just throwing shit at the wall, seeing if he liked it, see if he didn't like it, and then he'd have input. And that's kind of what I'm doing with Prison Joe right now. I'm just working on merch for the homies.
Yeah, that's but first of all, I gotta say, like, I don't think you had mentioned at the beginning that you're like kind of like an artist.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah, that was just like
I also make really dog shit SoundCloud mixes. If you guys want to check that out. I don't know. I just like making a lot of stuff. It's not like it's like one concentrated part thing, but it's just stuff I'm interested in. There's pop cultural stuff, or I've always wanted to make like a fashion line, or like I guess a clothing brand was one of the things I really wanted to make when I was
sick.
Like my own cut and sew, like actually making a shirt, not just like me putting on Photoshop and then like hoping the print comes out right. Like me being in the exact process of everything would be awesome. And like, potentially not failing at that would be great as well. But that's also a challenge in itself. That's like a full-time job. So that would be like something if I ever saved up and I wanted to try it. I have like a lot of intellectual property of like ideas that I want to do for my brand, and I've reserved like all the handles on stuff, and I've done a lot of like background work. So like if I ever want to do it, I'll have like the things to make it official with like stuff like that, which is awesome, because it's just like
sick.
it's just like a plotting thing. Like you always want to grab, especially if you want to grab like a domain for whatever brand you want. Like, I mean, I would 100% grab it. It's like $12 a year for a Google domain. If it's not like, like a.com, that would be like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
but like if you want like saebae.com or whatever, like Sae Bae podcast, like, and then you have like links to whatever, or whatever like that. I think it's super easy to do that stuff. It's just you gotta have like the brain for just like reserving stuff like that, just in case, is good. Yeah. Even if it's like $12. $12 a year is nothing.
Yeah,
it's $1 a month. Yeah. You're chilling. Yeah, stuff like that.
Blowpipe asks, based on the challenges you've encountered, what advice would you give to streamers starting out?
Challenges. I would say the biggest one that we've talked about before is just like starting out, just like trying to get acclimated to it. I think the best thing you can do, like we said before, is just to tell your friends that are like genuine friends that would want to watch you, or like you would hope want to watch you, that you do live stream, and like to help you get started out. And then from that point on, just make sure that you're not like listening to every person that comes in and like trying to be like a people pleaser 100% of the time. That was like I still struggle with that. I still struggle with that so badly.
Yeah.
But it comes from a place of like genuineness, because I want my stream to be like an inviting place where people can like put input in and have like direct feedback, and not like a stone wall where I don't talk to you,
Yeah.
it's like an ocean of like not being able to speak or whatever.
It gets a lot
Same
easier
thing.
too, like over time and when the stream's more popping off, it's easier to go into that like be truly just being yourself and not people pleasing. But
Yeah.
in the initial stages, I mean, it's like almost not even.
It's like
It's like-
second nature that you want to be people pleasing.
Yeah, but it's almost like to your advantage to kind of do that at the early stage. It feels like, at least that's kind of what I did. And then I don't know, as soon as there's like a stage in streaming where like it's like you hit a point where you don't get like the greetings from your viewers. It's kind of like viewers can now just pop in and pop out whenever they want, and there's not like a see ya or like see you later next time, or it just ends up being more of like a stream that you would consider. And then at that point, I don't know, at least for me, I just saw it as like that was the point where like you can just kind of just go crazy a little bit more and just like kind of be yourself and not people please and just do whatever the hell you want, ban whoever you want. It's just like more fun. It's just, and I think part of it is just knowing that there's just people there. Like it's just like you're not worried about hurting somebody's feelings as much. You're just like whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I try to be like 100% honest with everybody, but like, you know, sometimes you got to skate around because there are some
awkward.
chatters.
Yeah.
There are some chatters that just might not be aware or just like, you know.
The worst thing ever is like if somebody subs to you and you don't even know them initially, but you're just like, oh shit, like thank you for the sub, and then they end up being weird. You're like,
yeah,
and you're like, dude, you
like
cannot just be an asshole to you. They just subscribe to you, but it's like.
I tend to joke with a lot of people in terms of like if they are like being weird or like do something funny, I'll just like make a joke out of it and just continue the joke. And then if they're like, "Yo, bro, can you stop?" then I'll just stop doing it. But that's never happened yet. So
yeah,
I think
awkward.
I think playing into it is more fun because like it's a more honest thing, you know?
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Hamzy, I gotta say, dude, Hamzy's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
He is a legend. I love that dude. Okay, opinion on old man logout button.
There's lore to this. Would you be able to show it if I sent you something?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in a meme folder. Hold on. There's a couple of these. But so the meme is that there's a guy I follow on Twitter called Pwned, who is a PKer, and he took a screenshot of here, I'll send you in a DM.
Okay.
He took a screenshot of faux freedom when he's in the wilderness. I don't know. I guess he's killing revs on his Iron Man or something at that point. This is a while ago, maybe a few months ago.
Yeah.
And it just says, "No way, faux freedom got the old man logout button." And then he just typed jealousy, and that became a meme. And we took it wasn't me, it was DJ. DJ is so quick on memes. He took the exact like profile picture of Foe and just made it into an emote called jealousy. So that's literally just the context. It's just jealousy. And then, you know, it's just like one of those like Foe moments that's just hilarious that people don't know about. It's just an inside joke.
Oh my God. Dude, when we were at Tennessee and we were watching Foe on the TV.
Yeah.
And then like he and then like I tweeted that thing and posted it in his chat, and he saw it and he was like, "Why wasn't I invited?" I'm like, dude, we should have invited Foe. Like, even though he said like he probably wouldn't come, like that would have been so cool. Like
Foe comes sick. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think he probably would have. There's a little debauchery, you know?
Yeah, he would have, like everyone else was saying at the house, they're like, yeah, he probably would have been like the guy like, "Hey guys, can you quiet down? It's 9 p.m. Like I'm trying to get some sleep."
Yeah.
Gotta go
the early riser, early sleeper. Yeah.
No, that would have been cool though.
That would have been sick.
Foe and Roidy having them, like that is just such a fucking like, I don't know. That would have been it. Like that would have been the key to like just the perfect fucking vacation.
Yeah, Foe and Roidy there would have been sick. I want to meet Roidy so bad.
Dude,
I need to prove that he's real. I got to prove that he's real. You know?
You gotta cut him open.
No. We don't need to do that. We just need to make sure he's not the AI programming that some people have, alleged. I think Ignoble asked that question. Who would you want to hang out with that's an OSRS creator? I just want to like pick Roydy's brain, He just seems like a really interesting guy.
Super interesting. He's
like very reserved. Like you have like no idea what he's thinking about. Like he'll just like, if you ever pop in his streams, like within 5 minutes, he'll just be on some tangent of just like, like when I was a kid,
holy
this happened,
shit, dude!
and...
You sounded exactly like him. Wait, what? Do that again, dude. Holy shit!
He's like, of all of the times that something blank blank, this happened, and then I grew up on a farm in Delaware. You know what I mean? Like he like recites everything like he's he's a novelist.
You literally sound exactly like him.
He is a huge part of my live stream. He's a big inspiration.
Oh my god, dude.
He's just a very interesting guy, and just the stuff he says is just like so funny. I feel like it goes over people's heads.
Dude, he's actually like
creator.
Intelligent. The dude is like very aware. He seems very aware, but okay. Again, I'm already thinking of something where he wasn't aware of. But like,
he was aware, but he wasn't aware of the instinct or like the memes surrounding him, which is like bless his heart.
But that makes sense because he literally doesn't. Like that's one of the things that makes him even fucking cooler is he doesn't even give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck. Like he went on the Base After Dark podcast.
I watched the whole thing.
And they were there's like, are you aware of the AI allegation? He's like, I don't know what that is. just sipping his wine, chilling. He couldn't be bothered by anything. You got to respect that.
Yeah, no, that. So I had him on the cast, and that was when. I was starting out podcasting, so it was, and I was intimidated because it's fucking Roydy. It's just me and him one-on-one. Like you got to imagine that's kind of like
that's intimidating.
That's a little bit intimidating.
Well, it's a little intimidating starting out podcasting. Got Roydy up. Yeah.
I mean, I remember getting Foe on. This is like fucking episode 30 or something. I'm just like, dude, I'm just little me, just talking to Foe randomly, and I'm like, I was so nervous, dude. I was so goddamn nervous.
Yeah.
And then having Roydy on but listening to Roydy on the Based cast was so much nicer. And Roydy's actually reached out. He's like, I got to go on again because like, and I agree. Yeah. The first one was just a little bit rough around the edges. I think so.
Yeah. I feel like just naturally, just starting out anything, it's going to be more rough, and you figure out the pockets where it works and where it doesn't. And then,
100%.
But I gotta say, you've really come into your own, man. I've been watching a lot, not to toot your own horn or anything, but
fucking toot it harder.
Yeah, bro, you've been gaming. I've been glad to see the progress that's been happening on YouTube and stuff. Like your rambles just pop off, which is awesome because you're literally just like putting idea to like voice and like voicing your opinion, and it's just awesome to see the progress of the podcast and where you've gotten so far,
dude. So. Well, thank you, first of all. And like, I gotta say, I am so happy that I've like stuck with the podcast because it's definitely not something I thought that would be a recurring thing over 100 times.
Really?
Like, every week. No, I just started it because I just wanted to talk to like some high level Ironmen and talk about like just whatever's happening in the game. And then it ended up just being like, oh, I'll talk to this person too. I'll talk to this person. And I don't know. It's just been really cool. And that's like one of the things where you say, like you've already stated it a few times, is like just throw shit at the wall. Like just do it. Like just do something. Because there's no way I would have ever thought like initially starting out like, oh, I want to make a podcast and I imagine it being where it is today. Like, like that's just not something you can just think. Like you can't just be like, I want this to happen. Like it's not going to happen that way. You got to go slowly and steadily. Like you got to chug along, and it's going to be weird. And you're going to have episodes that like initially, like the podcast was only getting like, 300, 400 views per episode. And then just gets more and more. And that's just like how anything goes. Just
I think that's a huge proponent of it just being a YouTube video and like a podcast will be terminally online unless like obviously like a guest or something is like, I don't know, tarnishes the brand, which I've seen a few come down for necessary reasons, but like yeah, like it's still like amazing just to have that there because you can always go back. Be like, yeah, I did that, which is awesome. That's like the best part about YouTube is like, wow, I did all of this.
Yeah, it's fun. It's cool. I remember talking to Settled and just like he takes so much pride in his work of like his videos, and just knowing like he's made like multiple series of just like really well done and something he's very proud of and something like that's just there forever now. It's just like this nice series, like there it is, cemented. And like he was talking about that, I'm like, that's really true. It's just it's cool to just be proud of something. And like with podcasting, it ends up just, I've stated this on some recent podcasts, but just like the catalog, like building the catalog of guests is so fulfilling. It's just like so nice. Something nice about it.
I was thumbing through it and I was like, holy shit, you've talked to a lot of people and that's awesome. Just to like, just to like not only just to inventory it, but just like the amount of people you're able to like talk to, and it just grows because there's more content creators that pop up like every day, which is awesome.
And I just get to talk to them. So like having like a meetup like that. Now, obviously there were people at the meetup that I hadn't talked to yet, you included, but like knowing that I had talked to over half of them already, it just felt like we were already kind of closer. I don't know, it was cool.
Yeah, we could definitely see that.
I was still nervous meeting Bodhi, but at least, you know, I had talked to him for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, Bodhi was super chill. That was awesome.
Very chill.
Yeah.
That was cool. I watched.
He always check up on me like every like 10 minutes, like, you all right? You all right?
Yeah.
Pat you on the back.
Yeah. He's awesome. He's cool. Just come over, just put his hand on your shoulder, like, how we doing?
Yeah.
It's like shit.
He'll let you know everything's all okay.
I watched his roller coaster tycoon video upload, and I was like, "Fuck, this is a throwback to riding on a roller coaster with him."
Yeah, that was sick. I rode next to him on the one where we went in reverse, where it blew fire in your face. That was a weird one.
Oh yeah, that was
one where the track swapped. Yeah, I can't remember the name.
Yeah, me neither.
No, that's fun. That one? I don't know, but that one was crazy.
Yeah, those flames are hot.
Bro, every roller coaster, he put his hands up. He never once put them down, especially on the crazy ones. Like, it's just like, nope, hands up always. And I was like, huh. He's like, yep, straight to the adrenaline. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Spence Dog asks, least favorite streamer, and don't say why. Just move on.
Skate skirt. Easy.
just move on.
Skate skirt. Yeah.
All right.
SKATESKRT. If you want to find him on Twitch.
Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Okay, 42 asks. Well, here I'll ask this first one. I'm kind of like skipping through some of like the better ones. So, any philosophical musings about the aesthetic qualities of a good emote?
Philosophical. I'm not a very philosophical guy, but I would say musings about aesthetic qualities of a good emote. I think there needs to be like a little bit of lore behind the emote in terms of like whether it was like on the spot or just a joke behind it. Because like if you have it, I mean, there are some emotes where it just works. Like the XO RT thing that just became a thing because it was the Pepe laugh or whatever it was. I think like just I don't know, coming from like a place of just genuinely like it's just like something funny that happened or like something interesting that happened, like the jealousy emote, for example, with Foe, or like the my queso reaction is a big one in my stream, and it's literally just I found it on a wall and I enabled it and I was like, look at how fucked this emote is, guys. And then it just stuck. People just enjoy doing the Chad SpongeBob meme or whatever. I'll also send you that one if you don't know which one that is.
Show me it.
Yeah. And then there's like levels to it because like the same guy who makes these like weird one-off emotes like makes more of them in like the same way. That's yeah, it's just like a Chad SpongeBob, and I was like, damn, this is like sick. So then I just format it into like a personal emote, and it just stuck. It's just one of those things where you just throw shit at the wall and see if it works, and if people like it, then there you go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chad SpongeBob.
Has Sater? So this is 42 again. Has Sater listened to the Only Foe mix?
Okay, so that is a 26-minute mix that I made with like it's okay. So you know like YouTube poops.
Yeah.
It's basically like any friend or like YouTube video or like something that like I thought was funny. I made a hard style mix. And this is something that I've started to do that I've enjoyed doing is I'll make like a mix of like listenable music where it's not just like complete dog shit where like you can actually listen to it and be like, this is okay, this is not that bad. But then I'll interject like popular clips of like funny shit that happened or like people that I like or stuff like that. Like I threw you into one. Like it was like one part of it is like, all right, guys, this is what we're talking about today. Something like the brand new poll blog got released. I just put you in like in the beginning of like a song, like breaking down into like something else. And it's just funny because I don't
check
know.
these out. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll send you a link. So I just started doing the ones where I put people in. Before I would just do like random memes, like like fart memes or like something like that. But here, let me link you. This is the Only Foe mix. So this is a very long mix, and I would say maybe after the cast you can give it a listen and check it out because
I'm listening to it right now. Give me a second.
Preamble that I start off with.
That is fucking loud as hell. I'm like listening to it on the thing. I'll check it out later.
Yeah. Maybe you want to check it out later. But it's basically like the beginning is like a meme that I format that I made, or it was like Foe deciding the name for his like Iron Man, which was Only Foe. So I'll always make like a 2-minute like preamble like meme joke, and then it goes into the mix, and then that's the format I've made, and I just try to include all my friends in it and make it like hey, that's me, like, or like, hey, I know that guy, that's that's PSAX smashing his desk or something, you know what I mean? Like I love to just make like shitpost memes like this, and just I'm so glad that people genuinely like it and want more of them. So,
dude,
there's a new one coming soon, but I'm working on it right now. And
okay,
it takes like 20 plus hours to make one. So.
Jesus, is this on your YouTube or is this on a different channel?
No, this is just my SoundCloud. So this is just one of the. I keep it on SoundCloud for now, but I might start uploading them to YouTube.
You gotta.
Yeah.
So is it all right if I have the SoundCloud linked in the description?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay,
sure.
Cool. I'll have it down there.
Yeah. So if you want any, interesting musings about Foe or Roidy or some lore behind the streams of where the memes come from, this would be a good jumping off point if you're interested. But it is 25 minutes, so
I'm
temper
gonna
your
check it out
expectations
afterward.
with that. Yeah.
Speaking of PSAX, you just mentioned him. Have you been seeing his like random restroom pictures after he got started this job?
I think the one he posted today was like, "Don't look at my nipples," because like he's wearing a polo shirt and his nipples are rock hard in it, and you just can't not notice them. They're just there.
Dude,
like,
I hope he keeps doing those every fucking work day. Like that would be an amazing collection.
Too. Yeah, just having like a huge collection of PSAX mirror pics of just where he wears to work, and then just like making it do an edit. I can already see it.
Oh, that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, we could make that at some point. Maybe when he gets like 15 images up, we'll make a jump cut meme or something.
And make it an emote or something even.
Just
flashing just a bunch
chilling at work or something.
Yeah.
Pooping on company time.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, just call it working.
Working. Yeah. Actually, that's good. I might make it right now. Crop. Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is actually like a real question. So PB Zaddy asks, have you always been funny, or was it something you actively worked on? And yes, you are funny before you're.
I don't know. It's like sometimes I think I'm funny and sometimes I think I'm cringe, you know? But like I feel like that's the duality of like just like we've been saying, throw shit at the wall. I also feel like it's vain to like call yourself funny in that context where you're like, I worked on it so hard that I'm funny. But like, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm funny, sometimes I think I'm cringe, but I think that's just like the balance at the
Okay,
same time.
well, here, let me ask you this. Like, were you like a class clown kind of?
I was like to like my friend groups but I was so like reserved and was not outgoing in school. And I think that might have contributed to like my meme humor of being online just because I was so terminally online when I was growing up. Just like I feel like a lot of people were, but
Yeah.
you know, I wasn't like super popular or anything in like high school. I wasn't like the class clown, but I definitely had my moments, I would say, for sure. There's definitely some times in school where I was doing dumb shit for fun. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a thing you can work on. I don't know. It's kind of like stand-up comedy, but I wouldn't compare it directly because if I did stand-up comedy, I'd probably freeze and do some cringe shit.
Yeah, stand-up comedy seems so brutal, dude.
Yeah, it's rough.
Like,
I remember It's Will for a long time like did stand-up comedy like as like a yeah, he did it when he was like super like sub 100 when I used to watch him a lot. He was like actually going to like comedy clubs, and I remember Riverton did it as well a few times, and then he's like, yeah, it's not for me. There's a lot of people who like genuinely tried it, which was awesome to see.
yeah, that I mean, that's courage right there to go up and even try.
Yeah. 100%.
Sheesh. Yeah, that just seems so brutal. Okay, first off, I'm one of those people that like it's hard for me to even enjoy stand-up comedy as a viewer.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's like I enjoy it, but I never like just laugh out loud. It's rare. Like you got to fucking say something funny as hell, which is maybe I just am not. To be honest, I don't really watch much stand-up comedy, but like anytime it's ever on, I'm always just sitting there like, this is so awkward. I get that's just me. I don't know what it is about it. I would much prefer like something that's funny to me are like really awkward like YouTube videos. I don't know if you ever watched Good Neighbor stuff growing up or like did you ever hear of Kyle Mooney? He's on SNL now.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy that's like the weed guy on like the SNL. Yeah. I have seen a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to make these back like wait. I used to watch him as a kid, and which is just really cool because when he made it onto SNL, I'm like, holy shit, like that's like amazing. But he used to do these like random interview videos where he just like go around to like an expo or something. Or like a parade or a sports game or something and just go there and just interview people with his mic and just make it the most awkward, uncomfortable thing with like real people. And like that shit makes me laugh like 100% of the time because it's just so uncomfortable, but it's so funny. But with stand-up, it's just hard for me because like, I don't know, I feel like they're trying too hard.
I feel like they have to though.
I know that's the problem. I think like just the format of it is just tough for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think that's relatable to a lot of people. I think like at first it's like jarring because you're like, damn, especially in like a physical setting. I feel like online or like on Netflix when you watch like big people do it, it's like more normalized. But like going to, I've been to a couple of comedy clubs, and at first you're kind of like, damn, like I'm watching my cousin do stand up, like, and I've never seen him in that context where like he was more reserved and he's just like going buck wild, and you're just like even that's jarring. Just seeing somebody you've known all your life just like becoming a complete degenerate in front of your eyes, like talking about like jerking off with a Fitbit, how it like doesn't count. That was like part of his bit where he's like, yeah, like I gotta hit my steps, and he's just making the jerking motion. It's like, damn, this is like crazy. I've never seen him talk like this. But it's like, but then you put it in like a random stranger's context, and it's like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? It's like it's very jarring at first, I would say. But I think you
get
normalized
word for it. That's probably it. I just got to get normalized to it.
I think if you went to like a few like comedy shows, like you'd enjoy it. I think it's just like normalizing it for yourself, and then it's like not that awkward. But like going up and doing it, it's like what do I do with my hands, Ricky Bobby? That's
Yep.
scary.
Yeah,
That's like bearing your soul and hoping people think you're funny. Because like you could think you're funny and then go up there and be like, damn, I am nothing. That's like the true realization is doing stand up, and that's also an insane type of
craft.
Yeah.
You got to be very talented, and you got to be brave, and you got to like really, really work on your material, and like to the point where you actually have to almost share it with other people at first, and like I don't know, like unless you're just really good, you're just gonna like just make it and never show anybody until you're up on stage, and then just be like, fuck, like that was weird. I feel like I would have to like make material and then like practice it with other people and get the timing, because so much of it is timing as well. Like if you have a great line or a great like just thing that you're about to say, if you don't have like the timing right and everything, like it just won't hit right. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah.
No, I agree. That's like a thing that you need like people's feedback on, which like a lot of stand-up creators do. They'll like, especially like people will like give them notes, which is like a huge thing I always hear. Not that I've done it, or like done it for other people, but I've always heard that people give notes and like give input, because like it is a whole like reenactment you have to do from like brain to paper and paper to doing it and like reciting everything. Like the fact that people can do like an hour set up there is like mind-boggling. I can't even like read a script and remember the first 10 lines. My ADHD is like, it's just, it's like it is truly a craft, and I respect anybody that can do that, like in general. Putting yourself out there.
And then do it like multiple times, just over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah. And, also, sorry to derail it, but I made the working meme real quick. Cut it up.
Oh, yes. This is it.
Perfect. Just love making random dog shit memes. And then I just instantly upload them to 7TV. And if people don't use it or don't like it, then I just delete them.
You can't have your ratio go down.
It's not even like the ratio. It's just like if people like don't want to use it or don't like it, then it's like not a good emote. And then you just like have then you just like, all right, new one. And you're just on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of just, if it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Type of thing.
Okay.
Go ahead and send this.
Manic asks, favorite artistic outlet?
Artistic outlet?
Just anything, I guess. Like, what is your favorite? Is it Twitch?
I would say, I feel like Twitch is like the easiest in terms of it's not easy, but it like to hit go live and then just like talk about your day or like whatever, like you're literally, like you just send it. Like and I think a lot of people who don't stream like don't think about it that way, because it's like, oh my God, like anxiety of going live. But I feel like in like terms of just making it a habit, it's so easy to do that now, and it's so freeing to just like, be able to chill out with people and have fun and have it less stress-free versus like making a deadline or like, hitting a certain number or goal you want for like an upload or something like that. Like there's no expectation. Like you just hope it's a good stream and you hope that you're like being entertaining enough, or I just think Twitch is just such a good outlet for me, like creatively, because then I can just, in a way, you kind of like pour your heart out of like if you're just not doing anything, like if you're just like stationary doing nothing, it's like the perfect thing if you have a bunch of energy. So just like go crazy. And then like when you're done streaming, it's like sometimes you just sit there and you're like, damn, I wish I kept streaming. Or it's like, now I can like chill out because that was fun.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
For me, it's like I'll want to end my stream and then I'll end and then I'll literally relax for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be like, why did I end? Like, I'm feeling great now.
Yeah. I get that all the time.
It's like, well, I think part of the reason is because it's so abnormal to take a 10-minute break, even though like at any work you ever do, like that's normal. Like you get it like every couple hours, like a fucking break. But with streaming, it's like, no, just sit there
And then eventually you're going to get to the point where like, I just want to fucking go like sit on the toilet and just relax for a second. And then as soon as you do it, you're like feeling great again, but you've already ended. And so like restarting, it just seems weird.
Yeah. That's what I felt like a lot during the 24-hour, because I had probably spent an hour walking around just because I had to get out of the chair for like 5 to 10 minutes at a time. Just like, I literally had to go outside and get fresh air because I started to feel nauseous from just sitting inside, breathing computer air all day, you know? I feel like it's natural to just want to take a break and then get back at it. Have you ever just like sent like a long ass stream, took that break, and then just went live again, or have you just always thought about going live?
There's been a couple, I think like literally 2 times where I ended and 5 minutes later I went live again, but it's literally 2 times ever, I think.
Did you feel like it was worth it doing it after, or did you feel like, damn, that was a mistake?
It was just weird because, like, you know, you got a good viewer base, and it's not like you should really be focused on that, but like, if you end with 100 viewers, then you start back up and you're, you know, just instantly back to like 20 or something, and you're just kind of like making your way, like just trekking back up. It just kind of, for some people, it's fine, but for me, it like weighs on me. It's like, maybe I should have just ended. Like maybe that was like a good ending point. And so I'll just be thinking that. But like the 2 times I actually have done it, none of the streams went fine. They went great again. Everyone just came back and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, what I've started to do, and what a lot of people recommend, is hiding the viewer count, and also that contributes to a lot of, if people are still listening about the other question, when you're starting out, is 100% hide your view count, especially if you're like just starting out, because there's nothing that's going to impact you more than like you jumping up like 2 viewers or something. If you're like, say like you're like 3 viewers and you jump up to 5, or like you're cresting 10, you know, 10 is the new PB, and you're just like, oh man, like I'm on fire today, like, you know, and then immediately like you see people leaving, whether it's their favorite streamers live, or they're gotta go do something, and then that's gonna directly impact your mood and how you react to like what's happening. And that was the best advice I probably ever gotten, was just turning that off. And it sucks because like sometimes when you open up clips or like go through Twitch, like it'll jump scare you, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't want to see that. I was like, damn. Well, I mean, it looks like I'm doing okay, but like, you know, that might directly affect you. And I'm a person that's like, you know, that's just going to be like in the back of my head, just like, okay, you're at this. So I had to turn that off immediately, because it affects me personally, but some people can deal with it. And they're like, I don't know, they're fine with it, but
it affected. It affected me a lot, but I still always had it open, because the times I tried to not have it open, all I'd be thinking about is like, I wonder what my viewer count is. And so I'd eventually just open it again. So like because I've had a bunch of different people on the cast tell like that, and it is good advice. It is. But like, I never lived that. To this day, I always have my dashboard open, just with everything.
That's badass. I can't do that. Yeah. I'm too much of a pussy.
It's not,
I can't.
It's not as bad anymore. It was bad for like, obviously it's bad when you're just on like the, you know, 0 to 10 viewers, where it's like every viewer is like a fucking 10% like increase of viewers.
Yeah. That's another mountain.
Yeah. But the time it really sucked was when I was just pushing for partner just briefly for like a couple months, and just like you see yourself at like 66, 67 viewers, and you're like, I just gotta fucking get to 75, and then you're back down to like 52, and you're like, fuck, like, god damn it, and you just, and then it drops even lower, and you're like, what is wrong? Like, this is bad.
Yeah, because I'm also on the push for partner. I mean, I've only been streaming consistently for like 6 months, but that's always a goal you want to hit as a streamer. It's like, and even though like they've taken away the incentives from being partnered, apart from maybe AdSense or something like that, or like the ad break, whatever the new thing is, I think really it's more of just a validation that you've done a good job. And I would hope to get to there at one point. It's just I'm on the push now, but I'm just not like reinforcing like, hey guys, I'm on the push for partner, refer equals raid. Like, I can't do that. It's like, you know, if it happens, it happens. Exactly. And I'm glad to be on the ride. And if people vibe with my stream, that's more than enough. Literally like all the lurkers, bro. The lurkers are literally the goats. They're helping me on the push. So
and you're doing it the right way, because like the last thing you want is to organically, for example, be it like, 40 viewers and then do a partner push where you're jumped up to 100.
yeah,
You get partner and then it's just instantly back down to like 40. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, you got your badge and everything, but it just feels like it was forced. When you do everything just organically, and this is something I was kind of thinking, like, if you can, and this is like impossible to do, but if you can basically lie to yourself and say that the partner goal is actually 100 viewers and just try to push for 100 as your average, then like the 75 will just come and it's like, oh, well, shit, I'm already at 75. Because, for example, like, let's just imagine the partner was actually only 50, but we've all set in our minds 75. Well, you're gonna get the fucking 50, and it's just like, oh, we're already there. So it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's better to do it how you're doing. Like, don't do a partner push. Just fucking be a good streamer.
Yeah, I hate checking on metrics, but it's also something that like if you want to be successful, it's something that you kind of need to pay attention to in terms of like if you're doing enough to like survive and like, you know what I mean? Like if that's all you do, it's something that you have to pay attention to, even though you don't want to. In a perfect world, things would just work out and bills would be paid and, and things like that. And you could just worry about like having fun. But it's also a thing with content creation where you do need to pay attention to the metrics. And yeah, it's just it's a little mind-boggling at first, especially starting out. But I don't know. It seems like it's going pretty well so far. So as long as things are going decently well, should be on the right track, which is awesome.
Yeah. Okay. What's the ideal amount of chi on the bunger?
Oh yeah.
Confused.
So I used to have an original name, like a NPC name. It was called Horvik for my main account, and recently it got sniped. So what I was doing was during a lot of the homie hunts through the homies Discord, which is Mick Homies clan with Jixie. I would do a lot of those, and me and my friend Gorilla would like swap names and just have like goofy names for it. And I left my name as Bunger Cheese because it was just a meme or whatever. I was trying to think of some way how to say like hamburger, but in like the most like stupid way. So I just made my handle Bunger Cheese all caps, and then it stuck. And then I was like, damn, I kind of don't want to change my name back.
Damn.
And then the login servers, when the login servers were fucked, where like nobody could like log in, or the high scores were all messed up, and like
it's like a monthly basis. Yeah. No,
yeah,
but yeah, I remember.
There was a period where it was extremely long, and I changed my name from Horvik, trying to name swap through like the website, like how you're supposed to do it when you do secure a name, and it would not transfer off the account because the login servers were down. So there was a glitch in the system where my name was like being associated with like 5 different, like I had 5 names accumulated on one account because I just kept swapping, and it wouldn't let me swap that account that I wanted to swap to my OG name that I've had for like 4 years since
that
the name.
That is so tilting.
So it was like, I'm panicking, like this is happening. And then I secured it on my account again. And then I tried to swap it again on a brand new account that I was going to make like a hardcore or something, or try something new just to like, try out new content. And I tried doing it through the in-game services, and a bot sniped it. It was just a guy who I might have said like, hey, I want to sell this name at some point. And the guy just like kept it on a list, and he just had a bot running like for 4 years, and he finally got it.
Jesus Christ.
Funnily enough, the guy who bought the name lost to Dino for like hundreds of mils, and he got fucking dunked on, which is hilarious. So like whoever bought the name, the guy's name is Horvik in game. Make fun of him because he bought the name, stole it from me, from some other guy who stole it, bought it for probably like 1 to 2 bill or something, extremely expensive, and then lost all his money to Dino. So that's a huge L as far as I'm concerned.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's an L. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a long-winded story, but
no, that was perfect. Favorite soda?
I'm a diet man. I only drink diet soda.
What about
unfortunately.
zero soda?
Zero. I mean, it's same thing.
No, it's not. What the fuck?
It's the same thing.
It's not.
Okay, for what soda brand?
Coke. Diet Coke and Coke Zero taste
Well,
different.
that's different. That's different because
what
that's like
what I mean.
I thought you were like comparing like one soda to a different soda.
Oh, no. I was just meaning like
I 100% agree.
No,
I think
and trust me, like a year ago, I didn't understand the difference, but now that I've actually tasted like at the same time, I tasted a Diet Coke and a Coke Zero. I was like, oh, they are different.
they are way different.
Yeah.
Coke Zero, to me, Coke Zero tastes like dog shit. I'm sorry. At
Really?
least the new
I like
formula. I hate it. It just does. I grew up on Pepsi as a kid, not Coca-Cola. So I'm probably in the minority of like, damn, that sucks or whatever. Like everybody thinks probably. I think Pepsi Max is probably the best tasting soda out of like the two competitors. Other than that, Diet Dr. Pepper or Sprite Zero is the best.
Sprite Zero is nice.
Yeah, they literally taste exactly like the original. It's just a little bit different. I would say that Sprite Zero or Diet Dr. Pepper, because I only drink diet drinks. But
Diet Dr. Pepper is, it's bad. Like I love
Really?
I love normal Dr. Pepper, but as soon as they try to go zero sugar, it's just like I can't enjoy it. It's just
I don't know. I've
tastes too much
been
like
so
after burp.
diluted. Yeah, it does. It does. But that's kind of nice. Or like diet root beer. Like any root beer you like, I feel like is good.
Bro.
That's just me.
You know, what sucks is we haven't gotten to a point in food science where we can exactly make the exact same flavor of like diet versus normal. Because, dude, Bark's fucking root beer normally is insane. I love that soda.
It's great.
Like Bark's normal, dude. Like I used to back in like my soda drinking phase, where I just fucking drink a bunch of soda because it's just like total degeneracy. It's like barely drinking water, you know, just like soda.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, good times until you're just perpetually thirsty and nothing fucking quenches it, and you're just like overeating because it's just like you're so fucking thirsty, but you're like, I'm confused with my thirst. But yeah, I used to buy like those 12 packs of Barks, like the gray like 12 packs, and just bro, the ice cold cracking open a can of Barks root beer, Jesus Christ, that shit slaps like no fucking business. Like it has no business slapping that hard.
My true addiction was soda, easily out of anything. And it's
so addicting. I mean, it's just like the fucking chemicals. Like you just it's like food as well. I mean, if I start getting into like a really bad phase of like perpetually ordering food over and over, and it's like pizza, burgers, fucking whatever it is, it just becomes like, okay, I'm addicted to this now until I finally stop. But with soda, it's like a really bad addiction where like, I just remember I would spend all day gaming, all night gaming, drinking soda. And then as soon as I wake up, the first thing I fucking want is an ice cold soda.
Yep.
That's when you know it's so bad, is like, that's all you think about as soon as you wake up.
Yeah.
And that's with any addiction. Like I've never smoked cigarettes.
No.
But that's like what people do, is like as soon as you're addicted to smoking and you're smoking a pack or two a day, it's like first thing you fucking do when you wake up, just fucking smoke a cigarette.
Yeah. Do you think you have an addictive personality? Because I know I definitely do.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure like almost everybody does. You just gotta like, I don't know. I hear the addictive personality and like, yeah, maybe people are more prone to just, but I think the biggest reason is like your life just isn't where you want it to be. And so addictions are just so easy to get into. It was the same thing with like weed. Like I've now not, vaped weed or done any like psychedelics for like almost a month at this point. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it was just coping. It was just like, and I still like have, well, I'll be honest, I don't really have the urge to do like psychedelics, to be honest, but since the last time. But like weed still like calls for me. It's almost like, oh, like that's like a nice thing to do. Like you should like do this again. Even though I know as soon as I do it, I'm not gonna feel as I think I do. I'm gonna literally feel like anxious and like this was a mistake, and then just like ruin my night basically. But it's still like there. It's still like, oh, like, well, but, you know, but what if it's not? But I know it. I know exactly what it's gonna feel like. And it's because like I think part of it is like I don't have enough going on in my life. So like when you're bored, your mind just goes to like what can just instantly cure this boredom, and what's something easy, and what's something that'll just switch your mindset right now. And like, and to be honest, like I'm also on a caffeine binge right now, or not binge, but detox or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't drinking caffeine in like a week and a half, and the first 3 days were just like just no energy
Miserable with that.
whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that for a while as well. It was really nice to not actually have caffeine, but then I just ended up going back on it.
It's just
like
tough
an
because
inevitable thing.
it's like it really has real benefits to drinking caffeine. Like for example, if you're a live streamer, like dude, fucking drinking some caffeine on stream, the stream's gonna be more just energy. Like there's just gonna be more energy.
Because like a lot of the times I would drink like soda and it would just like curb my my appetite or my addiction or whatever for caffeine or soda. And then because I just love sweet things, I have a sweet tooth.
Same.
And that it was so bad. And like if it wasn't soda, it would be candy or like something else, and it would just perpetually like take over that. And I'm just the type of person where like, this is good. Like I'm just gonna keep eating it and not think about it. And
I know.
ever since I started making cold brew, and that was the first time like at home, and that was the first time I've ever noticed that coffee had a profound like the amount of caffeine I was receiving from it, because it was so concentrated, had such a huge profound like ability on me to like actually feel more like lively or like entertaining or something. And I'm not saying that necessarily contributes to like the addiction, but it's like one of those things where you have caffeine forever and it feels like it doesn't directly like affect you, like because you're getting such small doses of it and you've drank it for forever. Because I used to drink like a 2 liter a day when I was in like high school, and I was like super fat, so I was just like, it was bad, and I felt like it had no effect on me. And then once I started actually drinking concentrated coffee, then I was like, oh my god, I actually understand like what it feels like to have caffeine. So,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
like even right now, after about 10 days of like not drinking caffeine, like if I drink even like a Coke Zero, I would get that like, ooh, like I'm
sure.
I'm fired up right now. But I'm like deep down, I really just would like to not have any sort of need for it. The problem, because like realistically, if I just like stop drinking caffeine completely, I would have like really maintained energy levels, and I wouldn't ever get into, because again, like because of my addictive personality, as soon as I start getting into caffeine, it never ends up just being like something just in the morning to get me going. It always ends up being, ooh, at night, that sounds really nice, let's fucking pop one open at night, and then my sleep's fucked, and then I wake up late, and then it's just like everything gets messed up. And that was the same thing with weed. Like optimally, I would love to just get high every month and just have a good time with it, but I can't hold myself to it, because I just, as soon as I have it around me, it's like, why not just fucking send it midday or like, just holy shit. So because I know I have that personality, I'm like, I'm just wondering, like, man, maybe I should just completely stay off of caffeine and just try to get used to not needing it. Because that's the real thing, is like just getting used to it, seeing the contrast of starting it. And it really comes down to like my stream. I think of like, how am I going to have a good stream? Drink some caffeine. But if I don't, and I just get used to not needing that, I don't know, I just feel like I'll be a lot like better off. It's just really tough.
I mean, you'd definitely be better off as long as it's manageable. I just think like, at my stage where I'm at, like the caffeine helps me so much, but it's I think regulating it and stuff, like I think that could be like a very normative thing to just not do that and drink water, because I did that for a long time as well, and I was fine, but like I wasn't pushing long hours without caffeine though. I felt like it boosted if you wanted to go like super long.
Yeah,
that's like Yeah, or if you had like a big work day or worked on like YouTube stuff before that, then that will like contribute to being way more tired. And yeah, that's like the biggest issue for me, is just doing stuff in the background and then managing streaming on top of that, trying to be entertaining and not like a zombie. So when you have a zombie stream, it's like the worst feeling. You just feel like you like put in the bare minimum. At least like that's how I feel when I'm like extremely tired.
Yep.
It's just an awful feeling.
Yeah. I was thinking, I was like, man, if and I can't do this because I can't hold just like I was saying, I can't hold myself to it. But like, I want to bring back Sae Bae Saturdays, which are just like a little sellout stream, and just they go for longer, and it would be fun to have more energy. So if I could like somehow hold myself to just, okay, Saturday is the morning I get to drink one caffeinated beverage and enjoy it, get a huge energy release from it, and then just abstain from it for the rest of the week, and then Saturday again, just one. Like if I could do that, that would be like the perfect system. It's just so hard to like stick with it.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus.
Yeah, and that just
That's
comes
me,
with
though.
discipline. It just comes with discipline of doing it. Because like for a long time I've been trying to quit soda, and then it's like you have one taste and you're fucking addicted again. It's just like a drug. It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You know what? Now I need to ask, favorite food.
My favorite food?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place. For a long time, it used to be like Chinese food, like General Tso's or something. But now I'd have to say, no. You really can't go wrong with pizza, but it's such a basic answer. I don't know how to answer this question.
Dude, pizza always just it slaps.
It's so good, and there's so many kinds of different pizza that I feel like it qualifies as a good answer. But
yeah,
where I grew up, pub style pizza was like the king. It's like my thing of where I live. So
what's pub style?
Pub style, or I guess like a bar style pizza. It's like in between like a deep dish and
it's like a pan pizza kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of like a pan pizza, but it's like cut in like squares. So
yeah. And then does it have
it's like huge, like a large pizza will cost you like $25 to like $30 here, and it serves 18 slices in squares, and it's just huge. Like it's kind of doughy a little bit, but it's like, you get an extra baked, so it's crusty, has a nice crust on the bottom. Everything just like perfectly cooked. That's the best. I love that style of pizza. Yeah.
Yeah. Pizza's fucking goated.
Yeah. Basic ass answer, but definitely extra baked pizza for sure. Not like normal. Just definitely double baked or extra baked, whatever it is where you guys come from. That is my favorite.
Yeah, dude. Have you ever had Papa John's cheesy crust pizza?
I think like once before.
Bruh,
I can't really remember it though.
I got hella addicted to that back in Alabama.
Really?
I got and it's because, first of all, the Papa John's there was like the only quality fast food-ish place, or I can't even, well, it's like kind of fast food.
Like takeout.
Yeah. It was like the only quality. Like McDonald's, Taco Bell, all that shit sucked. Like the establishments just
horrible.
sucked there.
Yeah.
So, but Papa John's nailed it every time. And so you knew what you were getting. It was going to be good. It was going to be fresh. And then they released that spicy garlic dipping sauce. Jesus, dude. That shit is, that shit is
Here's 1,000 calories of butter.
Bro, it's just literally oil and salt and just
so good.
It is so good. And you dip that in the, and I'm obsessed with like the kind of like pillowy dough, like Papa John's nails it. It's like literally pillowy dough with cheese in the middle. Just dunk those things, and it is just like the most degenerate. Like, don't watch me. Like, I'm gonna lock myself in my room and fucking eat this whole thing, and just see, I miss the days where I could eat that and not feel like shit.
Oh yeah.
Those are good days.
I mean, did we ever eat like that and not feel like shit?
Yeah. When I was like 21, 22, 23, I could literally
always felt bad.
I could eat anything. I'd always have guilt. I think the guilt started in my senior year, because my senior year of high school, I got like really lean, and I started understanding like calories and understanding like how to lose weight and how to like just I knew how to like control my body weight somewhat. So I think that was the moment where eating then became guilt, which kind of sucks, to be honest.
Yeah.
It sucks when food becomes guilt.
That's a vicious cycle right there. Yeah.
But that kind of happened. And then like I could like sort of cope with it, or I could just like kind of push it out of my mind in my real deep degeneracy. But it's like it always creeps back. It's always like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the voice on the shoulder telling you, eat the pizza, fatty. And you're going,
dude, it's sometimes you just gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice when you can just tell your brain to shut off. Brain shuts off when you're really hungry, and then you've already eaten a shit ton, and you're like, what's a little bit more? Like, just fucking go hard. And that's when your brain just shuts off. And you're like, yeah, you've already fucking dug yourself in this hole. I'm just gonna shut up now, and you just enjoy. And then the next morning, you feel like shit. But
yeah. Ever since Dollywood was like my like coming to action of like, damn, I need to lose some weight, because bro, they were fucking mashing me into like every ride. I was lucky I got on like 2 or 3 of the like 10 that we rode on.
Oh yeah, because Saint Tits didn't get on one, and weren't you like right next to him?
No, I wasn't on that one. I don't think. I think he was with Callie, his girlfriend. But yeah, there was I think it was the Eagle, which this like big like 6'3" like Samoan guy had to like muscle me into like the seat because there was like a 5'6" woman. I'm like, I don't know, I could kind of make it. I think like, does this need to be 100% strapped in? And like I went on the ride and we went like completely inverted. I would have fell out if it wasn't buckled in. But yeah, like just the big ass Samoan dude just fucking like muscled me into there, and I was like, thank fucking God. Because it's always like embarrassing just being like a bigger dude to like get off the ride, and you don't get to have the fun experience of going on, especially paying how much money we paid like to not be able to go on all the rides would suck. But
my older brother who I was living with in Alabama, he's like 6'1" or something. He shot up to like 320 pounds after college.
Yeah.
And so like he was becoming really big, and he it was just like he just blocked it out of his mind for so long. And I remember because he was suffering with like sleep apnea because of it, as I said, like when we were living in an apartment together. And that was before he was even at his biggest. But I was getting worried. I was just like, he's like getting like health problems and stuff. And so he just it always has to be like the person's initiative to do it. Like nobody can tell anybody to do anything. Like it's got to be their own like thing. But yeah, my brother finally it was something, I think he told me, it was like he was texting this girl that he used to talk to in college, and he was like so like ashamed to just like kind of show himself to her, I guess, because he had just gained like another like, I don't know, 60 pounds since he had last seen her. Or something, and he was just like, fuck. And he basically he just lost like, I mean, he's down to like 190 now over like just 2 years. And literally all he did was just ate less. Like he ate the same shit, just less of it, and he just had to hold himself to it. And like the weight just fucking just went away. And then as soon as he kind of dropped below like 220, he started just like lifting a little bit of weights like once a week, and like he looks great now. And it's like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's everyone's on their own like thing, but
fitness journey or like health conscious journey, whatever that is.
Yeah, he's just like so much just more, like he has so much more energy, doesn't worry as much about stuff, and like to be honest, he didn't really even change much. He just literally went on a few walks here and there and just ate less, like, so. And to be honest, that's when I was never like fat really, but I was getting to be overweight a little bit. I was like probably like 30 pounds, or I was about like 20 pounds currently heavier than I was now, and it was just like all fat because I was just
sitting all day. And then even seeing my brother, because I was like, oh, I'm fine because you're like, 140 pounds heavier than me. I'm totally chilling. But like as soon as he started losing, I was like, why can't I just lose a little bit? And then so I just started walking. That like really just changed. I don't know. It's just
a mindset. I feel like
it's just mindset.
Exercising reinforces it a lot of the time. Like because you feel like if you're exercising, why the fuck am I eating junk food? And it's like canceling it out. Yeah. And I think I need to like force myself to get to that stage. I really want to start walking again and just do like daily walks. I've just because I've been coming off COVID, so I've just been waiting to like not infect people. Whether it's it's kind of a cope thing. You could definitely just go outside and walk and not interact with people. But
it's just your own mindset, and I understand that's like everyone's different. Like everyone goes through their own thing. If I was being harassed like over and over when I was like just in my degenerate stage to just come on man, like lose weight, you'll be happy. It's like shut the fuck up, like just leave me alone, let me do my thing. I'll get around to it when I want to. But it's I don't know, that's at least how I see it, because like with my brother I would like try to tell him, I'm like, hey man, like maybe you should like do something. It ended up like being a negative relationship because he just wasn't there yet, and then as soon as he was, it was easy for him. Anyway. All right. Mitch asks, so stoked for this one. Do you do any graphic design work outside of the OSRS community? If so, what area of design do you mainly work? So he's just interested if you do like graphic design outside of OSRS.
Recently I've just been doing the merch for people, which I guess is OSRS related. But no, I've just been a freelance designer ever since I got out of school. So I've just kind of did like small odd jobs for like if a family friend needed to like update their website or like something like that. It's just like small work here and there, nothing like super crazy, I guess. But going to like what I would really want to do is, like I said before, just clothing design, my own brand, creating my own like intellectual property that like I have full control over would be like awesome. That would be like my end goal of like anything I could do in life, is just to have a fully functioning brand that works and I can like create my own catalog of like what I would like to wear, but also like I don't know. I think I'd have like a kind of scope of what people would kind of maybe want to wear, or like things I'm interested in, because I've been interested in fashion for a long time. So I think having that kind of eye is like important, but also like you need to have a lot of money and infrastructure to start that, and like a lot of time, which I have not spent doing yet. So that's like a thing, and probably like my mid 30s I would want to like start doing, I think.
That'd be dope.
Like to have it like established by then, or like to start it now and like get the ball rolling, maybe do like an internship. I really want to learn how to like cut and sew my own fabric and like make my own clothes at home. I just have no idea like how to start doing that. So I think I need to find a place to intern somewhere locally and then work up from there, probably once I have some extra time.
Yeah, that's literally like the dream. It's just like, I don't know. And
a lot of that is like connections as well, because you need to like spend the money and do the research to get like patterns made and like have like the correct factories to order from and stuff like that. So it's a lot of like who but also like time investment to know like what's worth your time if you're getting ripped off or if you're like spending way too much, which like is like a thing when you're starting. So yeah, it's just something I've always wanted to do, which I think a lot of people align with, is like having their own clothing company or something to that nature where it's theirs.
I was recommended a video on YouTube. It was like showing off Joe Rogan's studio in Austin.
Yeah.
And it just like went through it. I was like, bro, like that would be so cool to have my own little studio where I literally fly out guests to like talk. Like that would just like, that's the dream for me. Like that would be so dope. Have just a pimped out area.
Yeah.
And just, oh my God. Like that sounds sick.
No, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
That's like the H3 level where they're like they have like 15 people on staff like editing things, doing stuff in the background, and then you can fly out people, and it's like not that big of an expense because you're making enough money from the AdSense. And that's what's crazy about the podcast scene, that I don't know you know, how lucrative it is for like a RuneScape sort of section, but like when you look at like the big dogs, it's like they're making an ungodly amount of money, which
Yeah.
like helps support bringing people on and like, you know,
Yep.
that sort of thing, which is
Yep.
awesome.
It's just like, yeah, I mean, podcasting's massive. Obviously, it goes back to like almost like our niche. It can be related, just like the grandfathers of podcasting, like people who got in early and, you know, got some exposure. And obviously,
True.
again, like you said, like an OSRS is a very small niche, but it's still lucrative enough for somebody that's not looking to make millions of dollars. I mean, it's been,
Yeah.
I mean, just because, I mean, I'm just thinking like just over this past, like, you know, 100 episodes, like it's crazy the difference between like the first 50 episodes, just like revenue wise, and then the last, like, you know, 70 after that. Like the like the exponential difference has actually been like quite like stark. And then after you hit like, I think it's like 10,000 downloads a month on Spotify, you end up getting like ad revenue. At least with my hosting service, you start getting like ad revenue there. So on Spotify, I have accepted like ads like at the beginning and end.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
like, and those pay like even better than YouTube's ad revenue, which is just like really cool. So like as soon as like that starts going, it's like, it just feels like, I don't know. It's just really fun to see that because, and again, like you said earlier, it's there on YouTube forever. Like the podcast never end. When I think of my rambles kind of go out of date, kind of, but like the podcast, it's like if you want to hear a guest, like you're gonna go back in time and listen to them. So it's just cool. I want to ask about what your thoughts are on sailing.
I think it was the most applicable skill out of the ones they released. I feel like it's the least damaging in terms of like, well, I don't know if damaging is the right word. I guess it's the most aligned to old school, like not theology. I guess just I don't know. It's just a very old school thing, even though it was memed on. Like I never like saw it as a meme. I saw sailing when they first announced it past like the jokes as like an actual activity that could be used, but it also could be in part like a mini game in a way rather than a skill, because like you kind of already do sailing with like charter ships in the game as like a thing. So then like what happens with that content? Is that like moved into sailing, or like is that just going to be like the content that's been there? Because then you retroactively would have to go back and like change things, which would fundamentally change the game. So I think sailing had the best like applicable spot to be in for like content releases, because you can just release content with like the islands you unlock. And I always liked your pitch where like if you could go like past like 54 wilderness and like PvP people, I thought that would have been so cool on their first pitch. Because I'm just an enjoyer of like every type of content in the game. And PvP is a big part of that. I just have fun doing it, whether it's LMS or like actually going out in the wilderness and PKing, even though it's dead. But I feel like if they made it to where it was a fundamentally like acceptable thing where like the PKers are like, yeah, it's not just like a mini game where you click shoot cannonball and it kills the ship or something. If it's like actually like integratable with how current PvP works, that would be awesome. But if it's just like some mini game that's like arbitrary and it's like people like I don't want it to be dead content on release is like my biggest worry with like PvP Arena was like something that they harped on about how it's going to be great, and it is, I don't know if you've ever done it, but it is the worst content I think I've ever done in the past like 5 years of trying to like do it, because I needed a pouch for my new PKing account I was making. And like just hopping between worlds to assign yourself to like fight people and then like have like some like garbage like setup that like nobody who's ever PK'd has ever used. It's just like the basic like LMS, but like it just doesn't work. It's just so bad. There's so many like check things that they needed to do with QA that they didn't do. I think they should have spent more time on that and made it like actually elo
yes, they need to just fucking hire some outsiders and get them to actually make an elo system that's good.
They did hire Manked, which is awesome to see. I know he was like going through.
Does he know about Elo stuff? Because
No, I guess I wouldn't. I guess he's more focused on just PvP updates. But yeah,
I hope he does some good for it. Like,
yeah,
Elo is so important because, for example, like I just re-downloaded chess, and I was telling you about like right before we started recording, I just lost 3 games. I was in a pissy mood because of it. But
dude, they're supposed to put chess in RuneScape at some point.
Dude, they are. They're gonna have like.
They've been saying they were gonna add it, but then it's on the back burner for like a year. I feel like.
Yeah, because it's like I think it's like not even like an official update. It's like some J mods are working on it on their free time or some bullshit.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Any good updates, just like free time, like.
So true. Like literally, I didn't get paid for this, but I want to put this in the game because it's sick. It's like, thank God you did, because like everything else sucks. It's awesome. Thank you.
No, but like when I re-downloaded it, I was like, fuck, I've probably lost a lot of my skill, and I have. Like, it just memorizing certain openings and shit like that. I just completely spaced it. But it's Elo based, so you just go in and you're playing people that are exactly at your stage, and it's like, this is so nice because it's actually proper Elo. Like,
yeah,
if you lose a game, you're gonna play against people that are even worse, and then you can build yourself up, and you start playing people that are too hard. It's like, okay, if they're too hard for you, you're gonna go back, and it's perfect, and it works. And like, if they could just do something like that, and like, if LMS had that, first of all, LMS is a fucking mess because of bots and nobody, dude. There are so. Like, I know that botting is like a huge fucking like fundamental issue, and there's not like a simple solution to it. There really isn't. So like I'm gonna talk out of my ass right now, and I knowingly talking out of my ass. But like, bro, if you could just have some fucking player moderators that. Like, dude, you go into LMS. First of all, you got a bunch of accounts spamming. Just have fucking players that can just mute them or ban them. Just get rid of the people that are just making a fucking mess, shouting out like websites and scam sites and shit. Like, get rid of that. Go into a game. If it's very clear the dude's botting, just have people that are able to just ban them temporarily. And if they can actually appeal and say, I wasn't cheating, like, well, which is never the case. But if that does happen, it's like.
What they need more than anything else is a fucking customer service section.
Yeah, they're not willing to put any fucking money into that. It's like, holy shit.
No.
Dude, literally, if they were to charge membership at like, $16, but don't do that initially. Fix your fucking your botting problem first, and then charge us extra. Like, I think the player base would actually get behind that. Like, if you could seriously do some damage to the bot. See, there are bots everywhere, fucking everywhere.
Like, I don't think this might be a conspiracy thing, but I think in reality, like, in order for the game to function, there needs to be a certain amount of bots because they're paying for membership, whether it's through bonds or they're actually paying for it. Because I remember there was some metric where it was like 30% of the game or something at a certain point, or like 40% were bots compared to the actual player base that was active at that time when they were doing
I agree with that, but it's like, I
just think that like fundamentally, like they do get most of the people who like are longtime offenders and they get caught doing dumb shit, whether that's like mains like actually botting their account.
That's the fucking problem. They're banning like real players that have a one-time offense botting, but there are literally accounts with like 100,000 fucking Zolcano that are just like their entire account is botted, but they will. And then like the fucking when a cold one tweeted that thing where it's like, we banned over 100 counts this past week. Like, whoa, good job. That's like that's like one instance of LMS. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, just one world of LMS.
That's 4 games of 5-6 games of LMS. That's like, that's it.
Like, dude, you go anywhere and there are just thousands and thousands of bots. Just like, oh my God, man. I don't know. It just bothers me. And like, I don't know, whatever. If they need to do that, but they're not even like open about it, which is probably the reason why.
I don't think they want to be. I don't think they want to be transparent about it because obviously they do probably rely on a big amount of the subscriptions that are bots. But also, like, I think the last time they were transparent about how they like regulated bot stuff, like all the guys who made like the botting software would like take that information and then like build the new bot around it. So like I don't think they like to be transparent for those reasons, whether because it's just a security risk.
I mean, that's true, but like I just feel like if you could give players, trusted players, and if they abuse it, you know, then you lose it and you get banned. But like, give trusted players just the ability to mute people. And I know they already have that kind of, but nobody ever fucking does anything. And allow.
I see P mods that should not have P mods.
I know, it's like, ridiculous. It's the most ancient system. They never upkeep anything. It's just, and then people sell the account to some other fucking loser. And it's like, bruh, I'm just imagining myself, and I'm not saying this like, give me P-Mod. I wouldn't even want it because I just want to play the fucking game. P-Mod. But if I had it and I went to go thieving, there is guaranteed at every fucking world another botting thing. And it's so easy to tell because you open the fucking door to the Vyers and the bot closes it. They go and close it. You open it, they go and close it. They stop everything, go and close it. It's like, okay, this is not a fucking real human, clearly. Like Jesus Christ. Allow somebody to just ban them. Just permanently. Just fucking get rid of them. And you just look at their stats and their whole account is just banned. It's like, or botted. And it's like, I
understand everything, 99 thieving with like 50 mil thieving XP.
It's so bad. It's so bad. And like, I understand you're trying to nuke these bot farms in a wave, you know, that's efficient to do. Like it's smart to do that. But at least allow players to just pick them apart if they're just there. Like just
I agree.
Like give players that fucking power. Trusted players.
I guess that's also a harder system of getting trusted players. I guess it would make more sense for like content creators that are trusted to like do that because they're naturally going to be playing the game often and they're going to encounter people. Like I go by Zulrah every day because that's just how I warm up my stream. I see like 15 Zulrah bots a day wearing like blood bark, and I know that no human being is going to wear blood bark except me, and then like, you know, like 2 other people like that I know have worn it at like one certain point. Like it's just so easy to tell. They have like 10,000 Zulrah KC. It's just come on.
That's the biggest, like, that is the reason I hate it. I know that fundamentally there are just deep-rooted bots everywhere, but at least get rid of the ones that are so apparent. They're just fucking everywhere. Like, give players some fucking power to just get rid of them. Oh my God. It's horrible.
Yeah, some of the funniest stuff is like just interacting with bots, because for a while, if you like ever followed them or like tried to trade them, they would like one tick teleport away. So there was like a lot of like funny shit you could do with like fucking with them or like getting them stuck in a spot. It was like some of the funniest shit to do.
There's some chat GPT bots obviously now, but like the thieving bots at Vyers, like a lot of
conversations, like full out conversations with you.
Dude,
now.
Yeah. There was one at Elves that was using chat GPT because I was like, yo, are you a bot? And he's like, question mark. And then I was like,
good response,
and then I was like, are you botting? And he's like, he literally typed like, what did he even say? He was like, are you smart or something? I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is
the subject. I like where he's going.
Yeah, like you look at his account, and again, it's one of those like 50 mil thieving. The dude's wearing like some. Like he's wearing his rogue's outfit, but he's like wearing he's like carrying like a fucking hand egg or something. It's like you're clearly like a it's like
I've been
it's
enjoying that a lot too. Just the hand egg, the bot. Yeah. It's like the funniest shit.
And he was just saying like the most random stuff, and I was like, okay, and that was exactly like right after the Chat GPT video came out by Sir Pugger, and I was like, I didn't understand it first. I was like, holy shit, like this is actually a bot, but like he's actually talking. Like what the hell? It was weird.
Yeah, it's so mind-boggling to see bots how advanced they are now.
Yeah, I mean that's my rant on botting. I just get like fed up because it's just nonstop in your face botting everywhere, and there's nothing any normal player can do, even though it's very 100% clear that they're a bot. and nobody can do anything, and the report button doesn't do fucking shit. So
no, it doesn't do anything.
That is such a problem. Literally one thing they could do is if you've reported a player, send you in your Jagex inbox, hey, that report you sent, we banned them. Just an automated fucking response. Like, that would do wonders. That would literally do so much. It's like, okay, this report button's actually working. I have never, ever had any confirmation that any report, and I have sent thousands of reports. I swear to God, I've literally sent thousands. I send them all the time, still to this day, because I just think maybe something's happening. But I have no idea if anything's ever actually happened. And Jagex can't even, they'll say, yeah, use the report button, use the whatever. Like, can you give us some goddamn feedback?
Yeah, they need more transparency with reports going in and them actually being reviewed would be awesome for like the end user. Because it feels like I used to report so many bots, and now I don't even care. I don't even care to even click the button.
Because it feels useless.
It's only people who do seriously offensive language because they're being racist or inherently offensive, and those are the only ones that get anything done because they just get temp muted or like, or their name gets changed. Those are the only two things I see happen, is getting temp muted or like your offensive username. Your name is like Cum Swallower 5, and it gets like, you know what I mean? Because it's just like inherently sexual, and it just gets, and they just become Cum Swallower 6. You know what I mean? It doesn't change anything. Their filters also are horrible. Like me and Global Gorilla have like went through and just like tested the name profanity, and you can literally put like penis, like huge cock, something. Like you can do like so many horrible name combinations and bypass it just by doing like all caps or like full 12 characters. You can bypass like horribly offensive words that should not be names. So yeah, that just needs to be a whole internal thing with profanity filters that need to be updated.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
Very bad.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I think about that a lot because it bothers me. But yeah, that alone, even if you didn't give players the power to ban people, at least just notify us using it. Just update a system, spend some fucking money, Jagex, on your game, and allow automated emails or like little Jagex mails to be sent to your inbox of saying reports that you've sent where the accounts have been banned. Like, that's it.
That's all they need to do, is just put it in an in-game system. They don't need to create any like extra infrastructure. If they can figure out how to code that'd be great. Because that's exactly how Twitter support is. Where
I know that works.
There's recently people that we've reported that were like, doxing somebody or somebody close, and then it's like, we have received a report and we are on the way to solving it. And that's all you need to do, because then it feels like you're actually doing something.
But then they actually say that that account was banned. Like they'll like that. You need that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, that validation is important for that. They just need customer support. They need to stop bullshitting and just actually have customer support, because unless you're an actual content creator and you get wrongfully banned, that account is nuked. Like, you can't even...
It's true. It's true.
It's fucking awful.
I am in a very privileged position that if something happened to my account, I know that I could get help quickly. Yeah. But 99% of the player base doesn't fucking have that.
No.
Like, and trust me, because I was at one point banned and I wasn't a content creator, and it just felt completely helpless. I was like, okay, well, there it goes.
Yeah, you're like, fuck, now I gotta make a new account.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing that's even worse is that you never want to be the guy that ats Jagex Ash or like Trident. Not Trident now, or I don't know what's happening with that.
Yeah.
But like, you never want to be the guy that's adding the people on Twitter like, hey man, can you lock my account? Somebody fucking hijacked me. And you might just be like a PVMer or like somebody in a clan or something. And like, if you don't have like any pull or like notoriety or anything, it just look like, first of all, you look cringe because you're adding people and you're bothering them. Second of all, you don't have customer support. So what do you expect? Like, you have to do something. It's like a time of action where somebody's stealing everything off your account potentially. It's like all your years of progress that the account will inevitably be compromised. Which, thank God, they're starting to do something with Jagex accounts.
Yes.
At least there's a little bit of a sliver of like
after 10
idea.
years.
Yeah, after 10 years of having our
10
accounts
years.
be remade like 5
Can
times.
finally
God.
capitalize a fucking letter in our password.
Yeah,
Nah,
I didn't even know that case sensitivity wasn't a thing until somebody told me like a year ago, and I was like,
bad.
I've been typing caps in for no reason. I didn't know that. I was like, oh my god, that's horrible.
Yeah, they are doing very, very small steps if it's convenient for them and if it doesn't cost too much.
Yeah,
it's pretty pathetic.
It's sad to see, but I guess it's a realistic thing when it comes to budgets and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at least they haven't flooded our game with microtransactions quite. I mean, bonds, but like as an Iron Man, I don't have to deal with that.
True.
As long as you keep that, I mean, I'll keep playing that. I will say that's one of the other goats. Just going back to like the difference between mains and irons. Like even though Iron Man sucks now because mains just have it so much better and they still have collection log and everything. At least I'm competing with people, you know, that cannot buy gold no matter what. Well, and this is my own thing because I just don't enjoy alting. I don't enjoy playing other accounts. It's like just
alting sucks. I'm just gonna say it.
But that's like a very subjective. That's me. Like that's how I feel. That's how you feel. That's how some people feel. But but if
playing
I
like
enjoy
accounts, I don't know.
Like I don't know if you've watched Coxey's streams lately when he has like 8 accounts open doing that. Like that's fun to watch. I will admit. Like it's cool to see just some crazy alt methods. But
but me personally,
not my thing.
Yeah, not my thing. I used to do that. I used to play like 4 accounts at once, and that is so mentally taxing.
Dude, it's a chore.
It's literally like, having like what are they called? The Rune Dragon. I had like 2 or 3 Rune Dragon accounts on top of like playing an Iron Man on the side, AFKing on top of like that's like your brain at full capacity. Like when they say like you only use like 10% of your brain, that's cap. Like you're using like at least 80% to 100 when you're doing all that. Just imagine streaming on top of having like 6 things open and then reading chat and then like interacting with people, trying to be somewhat entertaining while like not dying on all the accounts. Like, oh my god, that would age me 20 years.
Oh yeah, gray hair or no hair. Oh shit, maybe you could sponsor gray hairs from that. hair growth, hair regrowth program.
Honestly, when the hair grows in and you're balding, when it starts growing in gray, it's actually way better because it looks more like natural. It's like if your hair like started blonding or something. Because it's at least with my skin complexion, because I'm extremely pale, it would probably look better than I don't know, if you have a completely like brownish blackish hair and you're going bald, it does not look good on fair skin, I would say.
Yeah,
it's when you start getting older, it starts coming in, you get the silver fox syndrome, and then you're chilling. That's what I'm waiting for. It's my golden age.
All right, Uberu, I'm gonna ask you for 3 shout outs before we wrap things up. So yeah, send it.
Can I shout out groups rather than like a specific person?
Fuck no. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Okay. First shout out would definitely be to the Goonies. They were my rock when we all split off from the It's Will streaming days before he became like a mega superstar of the Twitch.television. So shout out to the Goonies, everybody in there. I love you guys. Shout out to the Homies, which is Mick Homie and Jixie's clan. I think a couple other people created it. Can't remember who, but everybody from there has been an extreme friend to me and has supported me, and I really just love everybody in the Homies. I appreciate everybody who has like come by the stream and been a genuine friend. They're genuine friends in there. So if you guys need a clan and you're not extremely weird, like, pull up to the Homies. We do not want weirdos. I'm sorry. If you're a weird person, you could be weird, but like, just don't be weird in the clan or something. I would say third shout out would be Based. Every Based member, thank you for welcoming me. And I'm just so fortunate to be invited to all these things and to be invited on your podcast, and I'm honored, honestly. Just shout out to everybody who's been genuine, and everybody's been amazing. So yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah. No, it's my pleasure. Seriously, this was a blast. This was 4 hours, dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Time.
4 hours?
It's been 4 hours.
Oh my god.
Yeah. They fly by, dude.
Yeah.
Every single one flies by. Like I check every now and again, and it's like, oh, it's shit. It's been 2 hours. I feel like it's been 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
it's crazy. All right, so guys, down in the description, be sure to follow Uberu on his Twitch, his Twitter, his YouTube, his SoundCloud, his OnlyFans, maybe whatever other links. Do you have anything else?
No, I think that's it. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it was my pleasure, as I said. And all right, next week, I have not actually gotten a confirmation from Nine Rain quite yet if he'll be on this coming week. But we'll see what happens. But the week following, we'll be having Hey Jace on the cast, which is a long time coming. And now no longer will I go into his stream and somebody asks, "Hey Jace, will you be on the Sae Bae cast?" And then he's like, "Well, you just made everybody really uncomfortable." Again, he used to do it every time I like pop in and somebody mentioned it. So that'll be forever done now. I'm looking forward to that one. So. And if you guys want to support the cast, down in the description, you can pledge a small pledge of $2 on the Patreon if you guys want to support monthly. And yeah, that's it for me. Uberu, any final words?
Get Hemis on the podcast.
I know. I got to get him on so fucking Blowpipe will stop. Yeah.
James Blowpipe is going to be piping a little bit. Until,
maybe I'll just get Blowpipe on first and just never have Hemis on. Just get Blowpipe on like twice in a row or something.
Yeah. That'd be crazy.
I'll love to get Hemis on.
Okay, cool.
Again, it's one guest a week. I mean, I haven't even had MMORPG on yet. You know, like there's tons of guests I haven't had the pleasure of speaking to quite yet, but it's just going to take some time. So anyway, thank you guys for listening, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.